Mayor. City of Adelaide Council meeting on Tuesday, 9 June 2026. The Lord Mayor is in the chair. This council meeting will be streamed live and recorded for publishing to the internet. Please note that an audio and visual recording is being taken of this meeting. This means that your presence at and any contribution you make to the meeting may be collected, used, disclosed or published publicly by the Council, including transferring outside Australia.
Good evening. The City of Adelaide acknowledges that the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains as traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today. We acknowledge and honour their spiritual and cultural stewardship of this country and recognise their deep and enduring relationship with its lands, waters, sky and all living things. We pay our respects to Kaurna elders past and present and recognise the important role of emerging leaders in sustaining and strengthening culture. We also acknowledge the vision of Colonel William Light in determining the site for Adelaide and the design of the city with its 6 squares and surrounding belt of continuous parklands, which is recognised on the National Estate as our national heritage item, as one of the greatest examples of Australia's planning heritage. We pray for wisdom, courage, empathy, understanding and guidance in the decisions that we make, while seeking and respecting the opinions of others. May we in this meeting speak honestly, listen attentively, think clearly, and decide wisely for the good governance of the City of Adelaide and the well-being of those we serve. Now I ask all those present to stand in silence in memory of those who gave their lives in defence of their country, at sea, on land and in the air. Thank you, members. Please be seated. I'll begin by mentioning the apologies and leave of absence. Councillor Giles is away this evening. All other members are present. Could I ask if someone would move the confirmation of minutes? Deputy Lord Mayor moved, seconded by Councillor Marr. All those in favour? All those against? That's carried. Thank you. Are there any conflicts of interest? Councillor Freeman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Similar to last week's committee, I'm declaring a general conflict with item 15, recommendation 7.1, relating to the MotoGP consultation on the basis that the South Australian Motorsport Board said they're also consulting with DIT, which is my primary place of employment, but I intend to participate in the debate and vote as I have no involvement in that matter.
Councillor, I think you've got the form again. Councillor Kouros.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm declaring a general conflict for item 19.3 for the outdoor dining. I have family businesses where we have outdoor dining. However, this motion is in general in nature and affects the whole of the City of Adelaide. So therefore, I will stay and I will vote on the matter.
I'll declare a general conflict for one of the motions on notice, which relates to the AIDA. It's not a decision-making vote, so it will be a general conflict, as I think the CEO's conflict will be general. On the item related to the performance review, I'll fill out a form for that. Thank you. There are several deputation requests this evening. I've approved the first 3. If there are any other members of the public here who are on the waiting list, we might make a decision after the first 3 that I've approved as to whether the council gives leave to take their deputations. It will be my intention after that to take the agenda in a slightly different order in order to give the members, people in the gallery, an opportunity to see the debate relating to the matters that they're interested in. In particular, I intend to move item 16.1 to the top of the agenda. I say that because that's the broad consultation from the members of the public, some 250 or so submissions that we should give precedence to because they followed the process. And then I will move items 19.2 to 19.6 immediately up so that those people in the gallery who came to see those items can see them and maybe not feel compelled to sit in the gallery for the next 2 hours. Is everyone happy with that? I'm sorry, is that a question?
Can you just repeat that again? The consultation matter will come up first, and then we're going to go to the two motions or the one motion? Or not for 19?
5 motions.
Or all the motions?
All of them except 19.1. Taking up your role. As part of your deputation, could you speak for 5 minutes? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, councillors, for the opportunity to address you all here today. I too would like to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you all here today on the lands of the Kaurna people and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. My name is Gino Ligliezzi, Chair of Renew Adelaide. And I'd also like to acknowledge former chairs here with us today of Renew Adelaide, Steve Morris. Before joining Renew, I led the Property Council in Canberra and headed up a government economic development agency in the Northern Territory. And I was privileged to grow up in Kakadu National Park, immersed from an early age in the world's oldest living culture. That experience gave me deep appreciation for what it means when place, culture, and community are inseparable. It's part of the reason why Renew Adelaide's work resonates with me so deeply. And I'm here today in strong support to increase funding for Renew Adelaide. Now, I am aware that many of you here in the room are very familiar with Renew, and I dare say may even be fans of what we do. We build relationships with property owners who have spaces sitting empty, character-filled buildings that conventional leasing has left behind. We match those spaces with people who have an idea, a dream to back themselves, but who don't yet have the capacity to pay commercial rent. The model is simple: low risk for the entrepreneur, activated space for the property owner, and a more vibrant CBD for all of us. As a board, we recently made the deliberate decision to commission an independent economic impact report through Adelaide University. Now, Renew Adelaide has always been well regarded, but goodwill, unfortunately, is not a budget line as much as I'd love it to be. As a board, we felt it important to go beyond the sentiment and actually quantify what we deliver. The jobs, the economic return, the business conversions, and yes, the harder to measure value of adding vibrancy and activations, and what it means for a precinct when empty shop fronts become places people want to visit, linger in, and return to. That report will be formally launched in coming weeks, and you are all invited to attend, and I strongly, warmly encourage you all to do so. But there is a story in Renew Adelaide that goes beyond the economics. Renew Adelaide is literally the antithesis to the creative brain drain here in Adelaide. Our upcoming report will document tenants like Pink Shorts Press at Adelaide Arcade, a small independent publisher who left Adelaide to go to Melbourne to seek opportunities away from Adelaide, who came back specifically because Renew Adelaide made it possible for them to get a tenancy here. Their example is one of dozens, many dozens. Every artist, every maker, every entrepreneur, every dreamer who stays in or returns to this city because of the work of Renew Adelaide is a win for our culture, it's a win for the economy and our identity as a city worth choosing. Now to the data, and you are going to recognise a theme here. This financial year alone, Renew Adelaide has activated 21 new businesses and that is a record in our 16 years of operation. Speaking of records, only a few years ago, our conversion rate sat at a very respectable 50%. Today, that figure is over 80%. And 8 out of every 10 businesses launched are female-led. And that is something I'm also particularly proud of. So yes, Renew Adelaide is absolutely kicking goals. They're kicking so many goals. Perhaps they should join the Italian national soccer team because, once again, the Azzurri are not in the World Cup, but that's a painful story for another time, and I digress. Our employment story is just as compelling as the figures I've just given you. In 2024, Renew Adelaide created 45 jobs and supported 110 jobs. This will all be documented in our upcoming report. This year, we created 144 new jobs and supported 329 new jobs, nearly 3 times the amount in just the space of 2 years. Our report will provide the full methodology, data and findings when it launches, but I can tell you today that it shows Renew Adelaide returns almost $14 for every dollar of public funding invested. Almost $14 for every dollar. Think about that for a moment. This is in stark contrast to 8 years ago, where a Deloitte report reported the ROI was sitting at $3.90.
Could we just hold on for a second? Can I seek leave for a small extension? All those in favour? All those against?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's true to say that once Renew Adelaide operated on the smell of an oily rag, today it operates on the memory of that oily rag. The cost of doing business has grown enormously. Renew Adelaide has tightened its belt at every single turn, reducing staff, absorbing rising costs, and continuing to deliver record numbers. But there is a cliff. There is absolutely a cliff. Without Renew Adelaide, our CBD will lose an estimated 20 new business activations each and every year, and the jobs that go with them. The economic output lost alone would go into the many millions, and more than 1,500 people here in South Australia with a dream left in limbo. The only thing to gain from Renew Adelaide not functioning is more vape shops. The data is there, the outcomes are there, the need is there to improve funding for Renew Adelaide. We have helped build the kind of city people want to live in, work in and come back to. We have broken all kinds of records and continue to do so, but we can only do so much with what we have. A yes to increased funding for Renew Adelaide is you saying a yes to jobs, to vibrancy in the CBD, to entrepreneurship, backing people with a dream, and keeping creative talent here in the CBD. And it's a model that's proven to work. So all we are asking for here today is for the investment we have already proven to each and every one of you that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. We might move on to the next speaker then. Thank you very much. The next deputation is Mr. Owen Webb, the Deputy CEO of the AHA. Thank you. Thank you for coming forward. Would you like to speak to us for 5 minutes? Thank you.
Good evening, Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor and councillors. My name is Owen Webb. I'm the Deputy CEO of the Australian Hotels Association here in South Australia, and thank you for providing us with the opportunity of providing a deputation here tonight. The AHA currently represents close to 600 members across South Australia, with a membership directly employing over 27,500 employees across a diverse membership base. Within the Adelaide City Council boundaries, we have over 100 hospitality businesses that are a part of our membership, and we represent their views here tonight. Businesses including hotels, function and event facilities, small bars and a number of restaurants. We are aware that a motion was put forward by Councillor Kabada to permit fee reforms to support business, outdoor dining and street vibrancy. In particular, a motion for the administration to remove the outdoor dining fees for the 2026-27 Adelaide City Council budget and fee schedule. We're here tonight to specifically provide support on behalf of our membership for the motion to remove outdoor dining fees for the Adelaide City Council's fees and charges schedule. And we support the removal of those fees for a number of key reasons. Firstly, we say that a removal would encourage a greater number of hospitality businesses to make the decision to introduce outdoor dining as part of their operations. More outdoor dining activity will inevitably lead to greater street appeal, vibrancy and levels of general business activity across the city. We note the Adelaide City Council's City Plan Adelaide 2036, and in particular the reference in the plan to citywide strategies designed to promote a vibrant, livable and functional city, and the development of a city of neighbourhoods with improved laneways and vibrant urban streets. Our view is that measures to encourage businesses to undertake outdoor dining will only help to make that vision come true. The second key point that we like to make is that for hospitality operators at the moment, in particular, they're facing an operating environment with low levels of business confidence and unprecedented rising costs. In the recent South Australian Business Chamber William Buck survey of business expectations, it showed confidence in both the South Australian and national economies has dropped to levels not seen since the pandemic, while business profitability has fallen to a 20-year low. The survey also indicated that general business conditions and sales are now at their weakest point in 6 years, with businesses expecting conditions to deteriorate even further in the next quarter. In relation to costs, hospitality businesses are facing simultaneous cost increases from wages, utilities, insurance and supplier charges, while consumer spending remains subdued. The Reserve Bank of Australia's decision to stop businesses from the 1st of October being able to pass on debit and credit card costs through surcharging will greatly impact margins for hospitality operators. The war in the Middle East is also resulting in significant increases in input costs for hospitality operators, including suppliers adding a fuel levy to their cost of goods. And the recent decision of the Fair Work Commission to introduce a 4.7% increase to award wages and a 6% increase to the national minimum wage will have another enormous impact on the wages bill for hospitality venues from the 1st of July. So we conclude by saying tonight that we support the motion to remove outdoor dining fees, as we see it as a practical measure within the Council's control that can provide immediate relief and encourage further investment in outdoor activation. Thank you.
Andrew, West End Association. Thank you. You know the ropes, you've been here before.
Thank you very much, and thank you, councillors, for taking this deputation. So we're here again to talk around Councillor Gbada's motion, looking at supporting AIDA for some additional activation, West End development support, growth, renewal and growth, support also for Renew Adelaide and the day and night economy. But it's really important to realise that, well, the West End is it's a big precinct, it's a quarter of the city. We often do focus on Hindley Street, and I will talk a little bit about Hindley Street during the course of this presentation. But it's important that we really need to realise that the West End is a diverse ecosystem of hospitality venues, cultural institutions, universities, residents, creative industries, workers, small businesses of varying sorts. And the success of any investment, particularly the investments you're about to make into the West End, depends on recognising all of these connections and being able to support the broader precinct that supports it. So for that reason, really, the West End Association supports this particular motion to provide additional funding to AIDA for city activation, West End growth. We do support Renew Adelaide, obviously, and looking further at the day and the nighttime economy. We're about to invest a significant amount of ratepayers' money into the upgrade of Hindley Street. The physical improvements to this street are completely essential. The street is falling apart. It is full of illegal tobacco trading outlets, massage parlours, and it needs a serious rethink. But experience internationally demonstrates that successful Main Street revitalisation requires much more than just infrastructure investment. The most effective programs combine public realm improvements, which you're looking at, with business support, tenant attraction, cultural activation, and important long-term place management. So we therefore propose within this allocation of fund to be thought about as a dedicated portion of this be allocated to the Hindley, something maybe around a Hindley Street economic and cultural revitalisation initiative. And that be focused on 3 interconnected objectives. Supporting existing businesses through the upgrading period, it's going to be difficult. We don't want, as I said in my previous deposition, we don't want another jetty road. We really don't for our traders. We need to support the businesses through this upgrade period, attracting new and complementary businesses to the street and strengthening Hindley Street's unique cultural identity through a structured cultural overlay process. And this can be achieved through this additional refunding being proposed for AIDA, but also working together by leveraging the new Main Street funding model. The two work in tandem to be able to deliver these projects. So the upcoming streetscape works, that'll create a whole lot of challenges for existing traders, and so targeted support needs to be provided to those businesses throughout the construction. We need to attract new businesses to broaden the street's offer and strengthen its role as a destination. I think it could be fair to say you could actually anticipate some state government action looking at illegal tobacco sales across the state. And given that we have 12 convenience stores between King William Street and West Terrace, and actually only 3 actual shops in the entire street, there's a high likelihood of seeing significant turnover within the convenience and retail sector. So there's really a big opportunity to proactively encourage a more diverse and resilient mixes of uses. And local government can have a role, quite a valuable role actually, in supporting property owners to attract and retain high quality tenants. And there's plenty of examples all over the place, Melbourne, Frankston, Parramatta, Liverpool, to show that actually councils can act as facilitators by identifying vacancies, connecting landlords with tenants, providing temporary occupation arrangements and providing targeted activation activities. And this is also where Renew would come in too, is to be able to support their work, to be able to deal with businesses in transition and transitional spaces throughout the street. But it's not only informed by economic and urban design considerations, but also an understanding that people, communities and experiences that have shaped this street, have shaped this precinct over the generations. Hindley Street, as much as it's an important economic corridor in our city, is also a really significant cultural corridor. Its history encompasses entertainment, migration, education, nightlife, creativity, accommodation, commerce. And the stories associated with this street are a valuable civic asset that could inform future investment and development. To support this objective, we're very interested in exploring with AIDA the establishment of a Hindley Street Stories project that would create a foundation for a cultural overlay to guide future planning, public rural improvements, public art and activation initiatives. To sort of bring all of this together, to support the implementation and consideration should be given to actually establishing a West End reference group, as I mentioned in my last deputation. And that would comprise key stakeholders from the City of Adelaide, AIDA, SAPOL, AHA, universities, property owners, business representatives and community organisations. And this group could provide ongoing on-site strategic direction. I'm getting very close. And strategic direction for a coordinated 10-year revitalisation program aligned with the Council's Main Street investment framework. So this additional funding that we're seeking really represents more than just an activation budget. It's an opportunity to ensure the investment in the West End delivers lasting economic, cultural and community outcomes. And we encourage Council to support this proposed funding allocation and to work with local stakeholders, the people who will really benefit here, to maximise this impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr Wallace. Now can I ask Councillor Davis?
Lord Mayor, are there other deputations who have requested to?
I'm about to tell you there are 4. And I'm going to seek advice from the council as to whether they would like to hear the next 4, all of them, or some of them. Councillor Martin.
Are these on the subject that we've already had deputations, or are they different matters?
So, speaking to the budget for the World Heritage Listing, there's an outdoor dining, AIDA sponsorship and Lunar New Year.
Lord Mayor, I'm happy to move that we hear Miss Stephanie Johnston on the World Heritage bid.
I'm sorry?
I'm happy to move that we hear Miss Stephanie Johnston on the World Heritage bid.
Any advice?
I think we should hear all of them, Lord Mayor. They've all made the effort to come here. We've done this before. Why do we get to pick and choose who talks and who doesn't? They've obviously all come here today to speak. I think we should give them the... I still...
speaking about funding for the Lunar New Year street party. Thank you. Could I just seek clarification myself? Was this for the street party or for some other events? Could you just clarify that? when you
Just
speak?
for the Lunar New Year Street Party, Lord Mayor.
Thank you.
Good evening, Lord Mayor and councillors. My name is Wen Chao, and I'm the president of Chinatown Adelaide of South Australia Incorporated, and commonly known as CASA. Thank you for the opportunity to address Council tonight regarding our request for a 4-year funding commitment of $200,000, being $50,000 per year to support the annual Chinatown Adelaide Lunar New Year Street Party. CASA is a volunteer-based, non-for-profit community organization, has been serving Adelaide's multicultural community since 2003. Our second event, the Lunar New Year's Party, has become one of the South Australia's largest and most recognized multicultural festivals. Every year, the event transforms Chinatown, Good Street, and the surrounding precinct into a vibrant cultural destination, attracting tens of thousands of visitors from across metropolitan Adelaide, regional South Australia, interstate, and overseas. The event delivers significant benefit to the city of Adelaide. It brings people into the CBD. It supports local business, restaurants, retailers, hotels, and hospitality operators throughout Chinatown, Good Street, Grove Street, and the Adelaide Central Market precinct. It promotes Adelaide as a welcoming, diverse, and internationally connected city. And it showcases the multicultural identity that Adelaide proudly promotes, both nationally and internationally. The Lunar New Year Street Party is not simply a cultural celebration. It's an economic activation event that generates substantial visitation and spending within the city. Over the years, City of Adelaide has been an important supporter of this event, and CASA sincerely appreciates your support. However, the reality is that the cost of delivering major public events has increased significantly. Traffic management, security, staging, infrastructure, waste management, compliance requirement, and other supplier costs have all risen considerably in the recent years. While attendance continues to grow, CASA is increasingly carry the financial burden of delivering the event. In fact, the organization is currently operating this event at a loss because we believe it is important to the community and also to the City of Adelaide. Without ongoing support from government partners, a long-term sustainability of the event becomes increasingly challenging. Recently, the South Australia government recognized the value of the event by committing a $20,000 funding over 4 years to support its future delivery. We are seeking a similar partnership from the City of Adelaide. A 4-year funding commitment would provide the certainty and stability for both CASA and the Council. It will allow CASA to plan strategically and secure supply early, attract sponsors with great confidence, and continue improving the quality and safety of the event. It will also reduce the administrative burden associated with the annual funding applications and the budget uncertainty. As some of the councillors may recall, funding for this event was unfortunately omitted from council budget process last year, requiring additional decisions to resolve the matter. And the eventual funding outcome was reduced from the previous $25,000 to $20,000 for last year. While we appreciate Council's support, situations like this create uncertainty for long-term planning. A multi-year commitment would help avoid these issues and ensure the continued success of one of Adelaide's most important multicultural festival events. Council's investment is not simply funding an event. It is also investing in cultural diversity, economic activity, tourism, community connection, and ongoing success of Chinatown and the wider city precinct. On behalf of CASA, our volunteers, our performers, exhibitors, sponsors, and many thousands of visitors who enjoy the event every year, I respectfully ask Council to support this request. And thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's exactly 5 minutes. Well done. Thank you.
I practice.
I don't know how you did it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chow. Thank you. You know the ropes.
Thank you. I acknowledge we're on Kaurna land, and I thank you all for this opportunity to ask you to reconsider or to consider reinstatement of the World Heritage budget item in the 26-27 budget. I note that you are receiving tonight the advice of the Caterpillar Adelaide Parklands Authority to consider that reinstatement, and also to provide an updated timeline of the steps from here, including plans for ongoing advocacy, etc., to both our Economic Development Agency, who are here tonight, and other government agencies. Just to quickly summarise where we're at, the nomination, which is a nomination for the city's plan itself, which, as you know, is already on the national list, the parklands, but also our most important wine regions. It's a strategic priority for Caterpillar in the Adelaide Parklands Management Strategy, which is, of course, endorsed by both Council and our state government. It's, of course, an agenda. It's part of the constitution of the Adelaide Parklands Association to pursue World Heritage listing of the parklands. The State Planning Commission's Greater Adelaide Regional Plan also references the World Heritage nomination. And I understand I've seen recent correspondence from the Minister for Planning that confirms his government's support for the tentative nomination. And finally, the federal government is awaiting the submission from the council. So the ducks are lining up, and this is very rare. So this is how World Heritage projects get up. They're not easy to get up around the world, but they're highly valued around the world. Governments, China, Italy, etc., all understand the value of World Heritage recognition, UNESCO recognition, and the uplift that it gives a city and a region. So my plea to you is that the City of Adelaide needs to get serious about this. I appreciate that the council has been working hard, senior staff of council, and working at it for several years now. But to see it slipping out of the budget, I understand there's ongoing work, but I really think it needs to be seriously budgeted from one year to the next, at least until we get to that tentative recognition. And the timing is right because there are all kinds of people. I'm in the world of heritage on the Australian Heritage Council, our own minister and other people around the fringes who are all very keen to get this up and running, and those people won't be there forever. So I think we need to grab the baton and get going with this over the next term of council. And finally, I'm not going to talk too much, but I want to emphasise that this is both a management project as well as an economic project for the benefit of the gallery as well. Obviously, our city, its parklands and our tourism regions need management. We have beautiful landscapes both in the city, and I had lunch today in McLaren Vale. We know what our city's assets are. We know what brings people to the city, but the rest of the world doesn't necessarily know about those assets. And getting a UNESCO brand is exactly the same as getting 3 stars, Michelin stars for your restaurant. It's an instant stamp of approval that is recognised the world over. You don't have to try and get Lonely Planet listings every 1 year after the next. It's continuous throughout the year, so you don't have to bring events, very expensive events to the city every month. You have a continuous brand that uplifts your beds, uplifts your restaurant patronage. This is all documented. I understand the council is also doing research into this economic argument. but the idea for Adelaide came from an economist, and I think it's really important that we recognise that it's a project which, as they say, it has the potential to be a rising tide to lift all boats. So I urge you to reconsider that budget item this year, and I urge you, if you're going for re-election, to continue to support the budget into the next council period. Thank you.
So, thank you. Could you just hold on for a second, because Councillor Davis has his hand up. I think he might have a question.
I'm so sorry, and I could make a fool of myself, and I don't think that I wouldn't be too bold to say that I don't think there's any councillor here who would not want to see that process go forward. But my understanding was that as a council, we'd had done the work that we need to do. Now it was in the hands of other entities like the state government to then form part of their view. Are you telling us that there's further work that we need to do? Because I don't think there's any question the council would continue to fund this. That when we need to fund it, my understanding is that this next interim period will now we pass the baton over to state government, for example.
I think my understanding is it will need to be that's one way of looking at it. So that may be one view of the council, but my understanding is that these projects need to be collaborative all the way through. So I understand that council is committed to getting it to the tentative nomination stage. So that's what you're talking about, which is stage one, where you get the federal government behind it as a potential World Heritage item. So it is possible that council could then say, okay, over to you, sometimes to the state government, sometimes to the federal government. But they are complex projects, and part of the reason for undertaking them is to have everyone participate. Whether it's your hotel industry association, the wine industry, of course, has been right behind this from day one. They get it because they understand the brand opportunity. But it really needs to be a collaborative effort, I believe, of industry, local government, state government and federal government. And I think that's the way it works. But obviously the large amounts of budget tend to come as grants from the federal government. They can come either to a local government or they can go to a state government. So the opportunity is there to apply for grants to progress the whole project. So yes, at the moment we're relying on you, City of Adelaide, to get it over this hump to tentative listing with letters of support from the state government, and then for the next phase, which is preparing for World Heritage listing, hopefully essentially the grants will come from the top down, but the effort will continue to be collaborative.
I don't want to be. That's exactly my understanding, is that we've got it to that point now that we need that input. I'm not sure. Could you tell me what the role is now for the council whilst we wait for? Because I believe that we've done everything we need to do.
No, you need.
Councillor, do you have a question? Can you just clarify
what are you proposing that the role does in the interim while we wait for that response to the tentative?
Oh, well, you haven't actually. Okay, detail. The tentative list nomination is, I believe, still in draft form. So you need to have oversight from experts who are waiting in the wings to finalise that draft so that it is convincing to the federal government. You need to approach, the Environment Minister has to take it forward to the federal government on Council's behalf. So you need to consolidate that support from the Environment Minister, which essentially means Cabinet. But we've seen that in writing quite recently, just last week. So that is positive, but that needs to be accomplished. The free, prior and informed consent process needs to be finished. That's still a work in progress. So it's about this finalisation and getting it over the line in the timeline, which is early next year. So there is a period post this budget where there will need to be a flurry of activity to refine it, have the experts look at it, and then get it over the line to the federal government.
Thank you very much. And just to clarify, free, fair, informed consent is about Aboriginal recognition and support as well. And I think there are 6 groups.
Yes, so UNESCO requires that support all the way through.
So it's not as simple as it sounds. Councillor Couros?
Sorry, Lord Mayor, you said exactly what I was going to say because that was in the papers and that was part of the body of work. And you're on the board, is that correct?
I'm on Caterpillar.
You're on Caterpillar?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is what the recommendation has come through. Thank you.
Yeah. So really, it's also to prepare for the next phase. It won't be in the absence of council, the next phase. Thank you.
Alex Radder, are you with us? No. If not, we'll move on to Mr. Frank Hannan-Tan. No? Oh, yes, I apologise. Would you come forward, sir, for 5 minutes presentation? Thank you very much.
Good evening, Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor, councillors and everyone here tonight. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Frank Hannan-Tan. I'm President of the East End Adelaide Precinct Group and co-owner of Amalfi Pizzeria Ristorante, which has operated in the East End for more than 45 years. I'm here tonight on behalf of our precinct group and broader East End stakeholders to support the motion on notice regarding additional funding for the Adelaide Economic Development Agency. AEDA plays a critical role in maintaining momentum in the city, particularly around activation, the nighttime economy, and continuing the growth and evolution of precincts like the East End and West End. This funding is not simply about events or marketing, it's about creating confidence and momentum in the city economy. When Adelaide becomes a destination, whether it be for a festival, a major event, dining, culture or nightlife, the economic benefit spreads far beyond a single venue. People book accommodation, shop locally, visit wine regions, use transport services and spend across multiple businesses and experiences. Importantly, continued investment in activation also creates confidence for long-term private investment into the city itself. Smart planning and targeted investment help drive commercial occupancy, strengthen tenancy retention, and encourage investors to back brick and mortar businesses in the Adelaide CBD. From an East End perspective specifically, the East End Coordination Group's Future Vision strategic plan identifies several practical opportunities to further activate and elevate the precinct. These include additional parking opportunities and options, particularly increasing weekend parking capacity along Rundle Road between East Terrace and Decatterville Terrace through temporary centre lane parallel parking. More accessible parking pricing, including introducing affordable all-day weekend parking options instead of the current 4-hour limits. Event curation and attraction, bringing in local, interstate and international events that showcase the East End's unique assets, including our parklands, botanic gardens, National Wine Centre, restaurants, fashion retails and hospitality venues. Maintaining a strong business mix, working with property owners and agencies to encourage new entrepreneurs and quality operators to invest in the precinct, ensuring long-term vibrancy and commercial sustainability. Infrastructure and heritage investment, supporting the maintenance of heritage buildings, improving storefront presentation and preserving the East End's architectural character and eclectic identity, including the restoration of vintage neon signage where appropriate. Improving seasonal infrastructure, particularly during festival periods, so lighting, furniture and public spaces better reflect the quality and personality of the precinct. Accessibility and inclusivity, continuing to improve wheelchair access and ensuring the precinct remains welcoming and usable to everyone. Investment in arts and culture, creating opportunities for South Australian creatives to showcase food, wine, music, art and culture within the East End. And importantly, continuing to support and work alongside Tandania to celebrate and promote First Nations art, storytelling, music and culture. The East End is one of Adelaide's great success stories, but precincts do not maintain themselves automatically. They require ongoing investment, planning and collaboration between business, property owners and council. I encourage council to support this motion and continue investing in initiatives that strengthen Adelaide's economy, business community and city vibrancy. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Frank, for the presentation. I appreciate it, and your ongoing advocacy for the East End. I always enjoy the catch-ups of the East End precinct group.
A question?
Yes, question is, and I apologise, I should have asked this to other speakers earlier on. Administration has come forth saying we have very limited options, or no options, in regards to making further savings and cuts in this budget. Has it been discussed with you from the council?
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Forward. I'm asking a question.
The Kabada's on the money here. Can you just tell us what the question is?
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I was on the cusp of a question. Has the council
not an opportunity just to give a speech? Just ask the question.
Lord Mayor, I would
have
have
a point of order.
Twice. I would have asked again now twice.
I don't think it's appropriate for Councillor Snape to ask about private conversations between the deputation and other councillors. I think if Councillor Snape wishes to ask
Councillor Davis, thank you. I think we're on top of this. Councillor Snape, please ask your question and stop giving a speech, because it's... Yes, please do. Please do. Please stand up and ask the question, because otherwise we'll never get...
Has it been made clear to you that if this motion would go forward, that would be a rate increase rise as a direct result?
Point of order, Lord Mayor. We haven't yet adopted the budget. I don't understand what this comment is, like trying to ask him a question. I have read the report of the administration. I don't think the relevance of the question to the speaker and what he's spoken about.
I just need to hear the question again. Can you just repeat it?
My question to Frank was, has it been, has the conversation been had that council were to support this motion, of which he's speaking to, that there would have to be an associated rate rise increase?
Talking about a change to the draft budget that will either require an increase in the rates or a cutting of another activity. Is that the question?
Yes. Well, in the notes, Lord Mayor.
I think that's asking a lot of someone giving a deputation.
Well, can I make a personal explanation to you, Lord Mayor? My concern is, it's a personal explanation to the Lord Mayor. It's a personal explanation to you, Lord Mayor.
No, this is a personal explanation.
It's a personal explanation to you, Lord Mayor. My concern is we've got some passionate community members here who put time in to come and speak to us tonight.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Are we asking questions or doing personal explanations? What are we doing?
Please sit down.
I'm just trying to make a personal explanation to you, Lord Mayor. My concern is that we've got hard-working members of...
Yeah. Gallery. This is not relevant.
I'm trying to...
This is not relevant.
Just let me hear his personal explanation, then
But my point of order is we don't need Councillor Snape's personal explanation. There is no requirement for it. He hasn't offended anybody. We're all good. We don't need a personal explanation from Councillor Snape of why...
Councillor, he's offended me, so he's giving one for me. Councillor Snape.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and no offence was intended. My personal explanation is I'm concerned that there have been some hard-working members of the community come in tonight, give their time, and they may not be aware that we are now dealing with a situation where a rate increase will be necessary as a result of this motion. That was the context of the question.
Thank you. It's a lovely idea to just debate, but let's wait till we get into the debate on the motions, because it's unfair to ask someone with a deputation to answer something of that sort. I hope you don't mind me sparing you that.
No, that was, elucidating experience. I haven't been in this position before. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we'll just have one last call for Mr. Rudder. No? In the absence of Mr. Rudder, we'll take the decision that I made earlier, which was to bring forward item 16.1. And the reason I do that is it's, just to explain to the gallery, this item was to note the consultation summary, and you'll realise our draft budget has been out to consultation, and I think there are 250 or so people who have put in a submission, so we should deal with that first. So can I just seek leave to alter the agenda order? Councillor Siebentritt, or Councillor Abrahimzadeh's moved, Deputy Lord Mayor seconded. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. So we're now back in the order. I suggest 16.1. Councillor Siebentritt, this is your item from your meeting. Would you like to move it?
Happy to move it, Lord Mayor.
And would someone like to second it? Councillor Freeman has seconded it.
No, I'd like to move an amendment, Lord Mayor.
Can we just check what your amendment is before I accept it? And do you have a seconder? Councillor Snape has seconded. Now let me just read this. Can we just work out if it's actually an amendment? That were in the report are not identified as part of a consultation process. Can I just get advice from the administration? Are we happy with that?
Through the presiding member, my reading of the amendment.
Should we make it bigger?
No, that's
you look
fine.
as if you're peering.
No, that's fine, Lord Mayor. That's fine. My interpretation of the amendment, I have very good glasses, Lord Mayor.
Okay.
It's requesting the preparation of a report as part of the quarterly review process to review the adopted allocations against the 5 themes in the report and bring that forward as part of the Q1 review report.
That seems reasonable. Thank you. Sorry, but we will accept that. So if you would like to speak to your amendment.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. And just to correct you, you mentioned 250 submissions on this draft budget. It was actually 299. And I'm amending this in the context of we're about to have a debate about priorities.
I'm sorry, could I just hold you for a moment? Did someone second Councillor Siebentritt's moving of the motion? I thought someone did. Sorry? The Deputy Lord Mayor seconded it. Sorry, thank you. We're just checking up for the administration. Thank you, sorry.
Okay. Thank you. So in the context of other debates we'll have this evening about missing priorities from the budget, I wanted to make sure that the 299 people that did make a submission on the draft budget are not left behind. There were some really compelling themes that emerged from that consultation, some very clear themes. For example, 24% of people said they would love to see more investment in active transport, which of course I was delighted to read. And I would love to tell those people or reassure them that that desire has been met in the budget. And this is just about closing that loop and reassuring not only the community but us as elected members that these priorities have been sufficiently addressed and are not being pushed aside for other priorities we may hear tonight. So this is all just about balancing everything that everyone wants and making sure that we're well informed.
So does your seconder wish to speak? Does anybody else wish to speak? If not, we'll put the amendment. Sorry, Councillor Kouros.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I note that we have 9,000 ratepayers within the City of Adelaide, approximately. We had, 11,000 people that visited the site, I believe. We had 300,000 views in regards to this consultation, yet we've had 299 responses. My concern, Lord Mayor, is that we're assuming that the consultation results, what this amendment does, is saying that the 299 people that responded is saying that this is exactly what the city, what we want. I think the consultation process was very mixed. It was often contradictory, and it only represented a very small portion of the people who ultimately fund the council resources here. So what my other concern is that the way that the consultation was structured, it also it states that the reports were combined, where some were in agreement with other things, but not overall with the whole of the budget. So supporting some actions is not the same as supporting the overall budget. So I guess it's like saying a resident may support greening but may oppose a rate rise, or a business owner may support economic strategy but opposes the fees. I don't think the consultation process offers clear enough picture to be able to put administration through this work of the 299 people that responded in regards to where the funding is needing to be allocated in the 26 or reviews how it was allocated in the 26-27 budget. that we have not endorsed as yet. I believe that we need to be very cautious in the way that we receive this consultation. As you could see, Lord Mayor, I have never, ever in 11 years, 8 years, I think, being in this council, seen so many deputations, not only tonight, but we also had some last council meeting, which is very clear that there are different viewpoints that have not been captured in this budget through this consultation. So I guess I'm saying I question the questions, how they were delivered. I'm saying that it doesn't represent the whole of the City of Adelaide, the 299 responded, and put administration through this work to provide us back with a report on of the overall consultation is not feasible.
Thank you, councillor. Are there any other views? If not, we might ask the seconder if he wants to speak. Otherwise, we'll ask the amendment. Councillor Siebentreut.
Would you like me to sum up, Lord Mayor?
No, I was going to put the amendment first. Sorry. We were going to put the amendment first before we get to your part of the item.
I'm happy to sum up, Lord Mayor. Just quickly, 2 questions. Have we ever received 299 submissions on a budget previously, let's say in the last 5 years?
I think not, but I have no evidence.
Through the presiding member, I think 299 submissions is the highest number through the most recent business plan and budget consultation processes.
Interesting. Thank you, CEO. Look, if there's a desire by some of these elected members to ignore the submissions of 299 people, half of which were ratepayers, then that is their prerogative. But I think it's important to consider in the Q1 review. I am not saying that this is the only consideration in the Q1 review. There are many other considerations, including deputations we'll hear tonight. This is simply closing the loop, as I said. There is a community expectation, particularly of the people who did make a submission on this budget, that we're doing something with that feedback. We've been criticised in the past that consultation means nothing in council decision making, when actually it should mean everything. And this just reassures that we actually take it seriously and do something with it. I don't think it's any more complicated than that, so I welcome members to support it.
Thank you. So now we're going to put the amendment, which is the part in red. All those in favour? 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against? A division has been called.
Members' division has been called. Members' division has been called. Please stand in favour of the motion until your name has been called. Councillor Martin, Councillor Snape, Councillor Freeman, Councillor Marr, Councillor Siebentreut and Deputy Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that becomes part of the motion, so we'll have Councillor Siebentreut speak. And his seconder then, if she wishes, and then Councillor Marr.
I'm happy
Councillor Siebentreut.
Happy to reserve my right, Lord Mayor, and just sum up at the end.
Sorry, Deputy Lord Mayor? No? Councillor Marr and then Councillor Kouros.
2 questions, they lead into each other. Just for the avoidance of doubt, how many deputations did we just hear?
We had 7 requested. But we had 6 actually appeared.
And how many of those 6 speakers made a written submission and are therefore counted as one of the 299? Thank you.
And one of them made a verbal. Sorry, there were 4 submissions of which one was verbal.
So we're not missing anyone in terms of our deputations that we've heard tonight. They also participated in the main process as well.
There were 1, 2, 3 who did not put any submissions in.
And one of those was the one that wasn't present tonight?
Yes.
So we're only missing one person?
I'm sorry?
We're only missing one person who wanted to give their opinion on the budget.
I don't think I can answer that. I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
Let's move on.
No, I just want to make sure I understand, because we just heard that the consultation wasn't very good, but it seems to me that everyone who wanted to have a say has had a say, with the exception of the one person who didn't turn up.
And we had some people in our open session last week, I think. But I think the 5 of them then were 5 or 4. Last week, last council meeting, we had some as well.
Sure.
4 out of 5. Thank you.
Okay. Well, in that case, given that we've already received a summary of the consultation feedback, I don't think we're really asking the administration to do too much extra work to turn that into a review in Q1.
I think that all of that 3A we have voted on is a small amount of work, but we've already debated that and voted on it, so we're not debating it again. I think we're not going to debate part 3 again about how much work it is.
Not debating part 3, just speaking to the substantive motion, which I'm allowed to do without interruption.
We're at a loss here to know what you're asking. Can you say it
You
again?
might have been able to hear me better if I wasn't interrupted.
Everyone's confused, Patrick. Point of order, Lord Mayor. I think the confusion is that Councillor Marr keeps getting interrupted by Councillor Davis, and that's the point he's making.
Can somebody just tell me what Councillor Marr said, because I can't hear him?
I can tell you a little bit louder if that's better.
Thank you, that helps. Thank you.
I was just saying, after asking those questions and summarising that, only one person has missed out on giving their opportunity to give us their feedback because they haven't turned up tonight, that the administration's report that we've got tonight, which we are receiving, noting in 1 and 2, is quite thorough, and therefore asking them to produce a review of those already summarised outcomes in Q1 is not that big a deal. And therefore I will be supporting the full motion.
Thank you for your explanation. Any other?
Welcome.
I think now it's the Deputy Lord Mayor and then Councillor Davis, and then Councillor Couros, because Deputy Lord Mayor was seconder.
I just want to say something in support of the motion. Look, my headline interpretation of the consultation is that the consultation does not show a community rejecting the draft budget outright. It actually shows a broad but conditional support for many of Council's priorities, with a clear expectation that Council demonstrate value for money, practical delivery and visible outcomes. Ratepayers and stakeholders want stronger confidence that Council is delivering value for money. This came through in concerns about the 5.6% general rate revenue increase, cost of living pressures, commercial rate payer burden, parking cost fees, and whether Council is focusing on core services. And I have an amendment coming up which I hope actually talks to that. But I think that it was a small sample base, but it did actually give us some strong messages, which we need to listen to.
Councillor Couros and then Councillor Davis.
Lord Mayor, as a personal explanation, I do value all of the feedback that we get through this consultation. However, as an elected member, I'm here representing the ratepayers, and last I checked, we had 26,725 ratepayers in the City of Adelaide. So that would mean that we're measuring the budget on the response of 299 people. So that means those 26,000 miss out on actually having a voice and be measured against the budget. So while I welcome and I'm glad, and I always want to hear from our ratepayers in regards to our budget, there is a whole range of people out there that we have not heard from, and to do this piece of work without not having their full input is, to me, just doesn't add up.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Davis.
Look, I'm not going to support the motion that we receive the consultation, because for me, it doesn't really inform my decision, and I'll tell you why. I believe half the respondents don't even live in the city. And when we receive responses, and we can't see what the actual breakdown is in this document, because there's very, very different views from people who are residents of the city, people who have businesses in the city, people who commute into the city for work, and people who just have no connection with the city, or don't use the city's facilities. For example, there's a response here that says, do you have any feedback on Council's rating approach? I believe that question, for example, should have been, do you believe in a 7.1% increase to Council's rate revenue? Why wasn't that question asked? I think that would have been a very clear way. But in terms of rating approach, do you support the annual value
Point of
message
order's been called, I think.
No, he hasn't. He's putting his hand up to speak.
Councillor Martin, was that a point of order?
No, he's
Oh, just waving. Thank you, he's just waving at me, sorry.
It's so often that whenever I'm saying something reasonable, I get a point of order called against me, so it's not surprising. But one of the respondents says, no comment on the basis that I'm not living in the council area. Most of the people don't even respond to the question. A lot of people say, I can't afford to pay it. And most people are completely silent on it. So I can't delineate easily the difference between, and I feel like a report, I feel like I'm just going on a broken record here. Every single type of consultation that we get, I do want to see what the differences are, who they're coming from. Are they coming from businesses? Are they coming from residents? Are they coming from visitors? Are they coming from people who live in Melbourne? I have absolutely no idea whether all these people even live in Adelaide or even live in the state or even live in the country, to be quite honest with you. So for me, this consultation document gives me very, very little to go on. I have no real understanding of what people think of the budget. There are some good submissions in there in the comments, and there are significant submissions from greater industry bodies. Concerns about, I think it was a 35% increase in general rates revenue in the last 4 years, so, close to double what CPI was over the last 4 years. Those types of submissions in detail, I'd very much encourage you to read in full. But in terms of the 200 or so submissions, most of which have no response whatsoever to any of the questions and they've just skipped everything, I actually have no further information about this. So I won't be supporting this consultation submission. I think it's been done poorly. I think the wrong questions have been asked, and I've gleaned nothing of it's very difficult to glean any kind of relevance to our budget making process.
No, well, I was attempting to attract your attention, Lord Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Look, Lord Mayor, it does this council no good to attempt to discredit consultation. If you constantly say to people, your consultation contribution is worthless, or I can't assess what you mean, it's little wonder that people think, well, why should I? Now, all of the information that the previous speaker has requested would be available. All you have to do is raise your hand at committee and say, administration, could you please provide me more information? No such question. Just a complaint at the council meeting. Point of order. Lord Mayor, there's no point of order here, but I'll sit down because I'm used to doing it whenever I speak.
At every consultation, I've asked for that information, for that breakdown, and I believe I did ask for it here. If I haven't, then I should have, but I've never received it.
Well, Lord Mayor, I can't answer that. It's just another complaint. There are just so many complaints about consultation processes. Little wonder people are dissuaded. And look, Lord Mayor, I hear some of the things that are being said here tonight, and they are comments recorded within the consultation process. My favourite letter, in fact, comes from the Property Council, from Mr. Gite, who makes the point that the councillor a moment ago was making. He complains that the council needs to concentrate, as I remember, on encouraging businesses and residents to the city as a means of stimulating growth. He complains that our rate revenue over the past 4 years has gone up by 34% or close to $43 million. Now, Lord Mayor, it is true that it's double the CPI, but it's also double the rate increases that council has actually applied. So how is that? Well, it is so because council has been successful in attracting residents and businesses. We have been wildly successful, and yet Mr. Gite sees this as a criticism. Now, the letter is vastly amusing, Lord Mayor. I should take it seriously because I know it's a bit of an embarrassment, I would have thought, for the membership of the Property Council.
I'd just like to raise a point of order.
The council is actually achieving all... Oh, another one? Oh, okay.
It's something that you've brought us up on before. Increasing the number of businesses doesn't increase the rate in the dollar. of the rates revenue applied to properties. So this. Previously you've mentioned to the council that the success of the council in having more businesses in the city doesn't change the rate in the dollar against levied against properties. No, it's correcting a point that's made.
Order against him and accuse me of saying something.
No. I'm saying that you quite rightfully pointed it out.
Can I point of order, Lord Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you.
In the middle of a point of order.
You can sit down. Thank you very much.
Let me just...
No, it's not a point of order.
Councillor, I think that you don't have a point of order. You're debating. I'm just worried that it's misleading. I know, we're all worried. Thank you.
So my point of order, Lord Mayor, is that twice now with the debate has been interrupted by Councillor Davis making a personal explanation and not a point of order. So I would ask that you ask him to stop doing that.
I think that he is skating towards a Regulation 29, so I think he needs to be careful. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, there's no inaccuracy in what I'm saying. It's there in the papers. It's clear for all to see. It's an attempt to muddy the waters. The council's been enormously successful in attracting residents and businesses. Revenue has grown, but so too have costs. When you bring residents and businesses to the city, they consume services. And Lord Mayor, we're just delighted to provide them. We have been so successful at it. Don't criticise us for it, congratulate us. And I'd appreciate it if Councillor Davis would acknowledge the success of council rather than seeking to detract from it.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I actually would also be interested in the future to see a consultation about...
I've just been reminded you seconded the amendment, so you have been seen to speak. Councillor Davis, I'm not sure if you wish to speak.
I just have a question. If and please correct me if I'm wrong. If a property is, thank you. If a property is vacant or occupied, does that change the revenue of rates levied against that property?
I think we know the answer to that, don't we? It's not.
Through the presiding member, rating on annual assessed value is basically the market rent for that property, whether it's occupied or not.
There is an element in the Local Government Act that does allow us to rate differently if it's vacant land.
That's vacant land.
As an inducement to development. Any other comments? Councillor Marr, have you spoken?
I have a question, just based on something Councillor Davis said in his statement before. Regarding question 4 of the consultation, do you have any feedback on Council's rating approach? Are people given any additional information before they are presented with that question? And what is that information?
I can't answer that. Can I ask the administration?
Through the presiding member, the consultation material included the endorsed business plan and budget adopted for the purpose of public consultation. There was some additional collateral that was provided in relation to that. Mr. Spartelis, was there anything about rating policy in the consultation pack?
Yeah, through the chair, yeah. It also describes the rating policy and our approach to how we rate different properties across the city.
So it is not a question asked in isolation. There are additional pieces of information provided,
The
including the
information is
rate
available.
itself.
If people could wade through it because it's fairly dense.
Sure, thank you.
I'd love to sum up. I thought I might have had the opportunity a few moments ago, but the debate seems to have raged on, Lord Mayor. Just noting this, I think there's a couple of points to make in noting and receiving the feedback from the community. This is not a budget that was invented overnight. This is a budget that is product of one of the most thorough processes we as a council have run. For those perhaps who are in the gallery or listening in from home, may not be aware that we started this budget process in December last year, Lord Mayor. We've had over 8 meetings in addition to committee meetings to develop this budget process. So It is a thorough process, and I, for one, will be supporting that we receive the feedback. I find it interesting that there's debate about the word receive. No one's asking anyone here to agree with all of the feedback. We're asking to show some respect to people who have given feedback, whether we agree with it or not, and receive it. That's all that's being asked here. You're not being asked to agree with all the feedback. We're being asked to receive it. Lord Mayor, in looking at that feedback, I have noted that there's over 90% support, is my reading, for the general strategic direction. Not for a moment do I believe that's 90% support for every single thing that we have. That would be misrepresenting the data, but clearly it's 90% support for the general direction. I do make one further observation, Lord Mayor, and something I think for the administration we need to work on as part of the final communication of the budget and business plan, because I've already heard here tonight and out in the community different numbers being thrown around in relation to our rate rise and what the underlying drivers for that are. There's three numbers we need to remember, Lord Mayor. It's 5.6, it is 3.5 and 2.1. 5.6% is the rate rise that is contained within this budget. 3.5% is the part of that rate rise that is due to CPI. CPI, which we're all aware of the pressures that are out there. Council is no different than any household or any business out in our communities, so 3.5%. The other 2.1% to get us to 5.6, for those of you who are following along, is that 2.1% is to address our asset renewal funding as dictated and as recommended by SCOSA by the state government. So we need to remind ourselves as we're going forward, receiving the feedback and understanding one of those core parameters sitting inside our budget, the 5.6%, it's largely addressing two key drivers. One is the CPI increase, of which I think there's very little debate around the need to address that. The other is feedback from SCOSA, which is coming from the state government. They are the two key numbers which we need to remember, and I suspect, Lord Mayor, we'll need to come back to those two key numbers through the rest of the debate tonight.
Vote, I might not. But could I just clarify 2 points that I feel quite strongly about? There's a conflation of the idea that the rates increase has been 7.1%. That's an error. That is the increase in rate income, which is a reflection on the increase in housing stock. The housing stock has increased, so more people are paying rates. So the sum from 5.9 up to 7.1 is actually the increase in population and residential accommodation and businesses. And I should point out that, as Councillor Martin began to say, we've been very successful in moving towards a 50,000 person city from what was, when we were elected, 27,000. As I understand, last year this council area had the highest increase in residential population of any council in South Australia. Our residential population rose by 3.2%, which is the largest increase of any council area, and that's got us on track to our 50,000. So the conflation and the commentary around a 7.1% rate increase is absolutely wrong. The rates for an individual are set at a different level and will be 5.6, and the increase is in the increased population. So let's get our facts right. Facts matter. I think the impression I had was that the voting pattern was identical for each of them, so we'll say a division on all of them, maybe. Are we allowed to do that?
They were different.
Oh, we're not allowed to do that.
They were different, yeah.
Although part one, then we'll take a division first. It's got to keep moving, members.
Members' division has been called in relation to part one of the motion. Please stand in favour until your name has been called. Councillor Martin, Councillor Kabata, Councillor Snape, Councillor Kouros and Councillor Freeman, Councillor Marr, Councillor Davis, Councillor Sieben-Tritt, the Deputy Lord Mayor and Councillor Abrahimzadeh. Thank you. Members' division has been called in relation to part 2 of the motion. Please stand in favour of the motion to your name has been called. Councillor Martin, Councillor Kabata, Councillor Snape, Councillor Couros, Councillor Freeman, Councillor Marr, Councillor Siebentritt, Deputy Lord Mayor and Councillor Abrahimsday. Thank you. Members' division has been called in relation to part 3 of the motion. Please stand in favour until your name has been called. Councillor Martin, Councillor Snape, Councillor Freeman, Councillor Marr, Councillor Siebentritt, Deputy Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Before I begin speaking, I've just got a bunch of questions for administration. Through the chair, administration said in the comments this motion is only possible through a 0.6% rate increase. Can administration confirm this assumes the current draft budget is effectively locked in, despite council not yet having adopted it, and despite elected members still having the power to reprioritise spending before final adoption of the budget?
Thank you.
Through the presiding member, the administration would not link progression of the motion to a rate increase. What the administration comment does is look at the funding options, which could be a reduction in the operating surplus, could be an increase in borrowings, savings and cuts. The final option is a rate increase. I draw your attention to paragraph 6 of the administration comment, which suggests that none of those options are appropriate or feasible.
So just to confirm, Lord Mayor, the CEO has just effectively said that we don't necessarily have to do a 0.6% increase, as Councillor Snape alluded to before, if this motion does go through. Is that correct?
I don't think the CEO will enter debate.
Okay.
There are only 2 options. You cut a program or you increase the rates.
So a counter program is an option. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can administration tell us what current draft budget spending it thinks is more important than helping the West End, supporting the nighttime economy, improving business confidence and activating vacant spaces in the CBD?
I'm sorry, I'm not going to let the administration make a value judgment or enter the debate. I'm sorry, that's not an acceptable question.
If AIDA exists to back businesses, attract visitors and activate precincts, why is the administration opposing a motion that does exactly that?
I don't think that we should demand the administration answer questions which are political. I'm sorry.
If this budget has been workshopped for months, why have councillors' ideas for savings, cuts, or reprioritising in the budget been dismissed with not recommended? Does administration accept that this makes real budget influence by elected members very difficult?
I don't think they should enter into the debate on this one. They've organised a series of meetings throughout the year, starting in December. We have avoided or denied any opportunity to cut funds on any programs, and therefore the situation we're in is the one that we've created.
I disagree with your comments, but thank you, Lord Mayor.
Would you like to debate the matter?
I would like to speak to the motion now, yes.
Thank you.
So this motion is not about just giving AIDA more money. This motion is about helping businesses in the city that are currently struggling. This motion is about trying to activate our CBD. We've just seen, and I'm sure many of you would have seen, My Kingdom for a Horse has just shut down as well shop in our business, in our CBD. That just tells you that a successful coffee shop that's been around for a long time is struggling. Many businesses are crying out for help. We're looking to increase the rates to 5.6%, and yet we're doing nothing to help the businesses in our community that elected us to represent them. We get comments from administration saying it's not possible unless we increase rates, it's not possible unless we do something else. You're an elected member. You have the power here to vote. You have the power here to change the comments of administration. If you don't want to, that's up to you. But every single business out there is asking for your support. We've heard from AHA. The Property Council is also here. And many other business owners are here because they need our support now more than ever. We can choose to ignore them. We can choose to move amendments that water down this motion and do nothing. I have never read so many reports in my life than I have in the last 6 to 7 months. We have meetings after meeting after meeting, and yet we achieve nothing, all very slowly. The business community and the people, not just the business, but all the residents that elected us to do a role, to help them. And that's exactly why we're here today, because we were elected by them to represent them in this chamber, to represent them, to help them. And yet what we do, we make excuses. I can't wait to see all the amendments that are going to go up on this motion to water it down. And let the chamber see, those who move amendments on this motion, that don't ask for anything, they just want reports, do not support you. They do not support you. If they support you, they will move amendments and do motions that have an outcome towards the city and towards you. Now, with this motion, it's asking for $300,000 for the West End. If you take a walk down the West End, you know they need our support now more than ever. $300,000 to continue supporting AIDA and the good work that they do and achieving their strategic objectives. $250,000 for the nighttime economy, which is struggling, and $100,000 to support Renew Adelaide, continue activating vacant spaces in our city. They've been doing a good job for a long time, and they're asking for our help to continue activating our city. So now more than ever, we should support them. I'm not proposing we write a blank cheque to AIDA and just say, here you go, have fun. This motion says at the bottom of it that we want a plan to see how the money is going to be spent and how they're going to activate our streets.
Leave has been sought, I think. All those in favour? All those against? People did not vote. Can we just ask, excuse me, Councillor Cavallo?
Of course, Lord Mayor. Of course.
All those in favour of an extension? All those against? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Cavallo. Keep going.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. We've been talking for a long time. Many of you have been here for the full 4 years, many close to 3 years. I don't know how many more reports, how many more workshops we need to have before we make a decision that backs our community. You can ask for as many reports as you want, you can ask for independent reviews, you can ask for whatever you want. If you support something today, support it on the floor here today. Be the change that you want to see. Stop telling people lies, stop catching up with people.
Councillor, I don't think that's a very good thing for you to be suggesting. And can I just ask you, while I'm about it, to try not to cast such doubt on the good motives of the administration. They're actually doing what they've been asked.
I'm not saying about administration, I'm talking about...
The budget parameters have been set by us, and we have charged the administration with balancing our budget. And we have also taken the advice of ASCOSA and the Local Government Finance Association about the parlous state we were in. We've reined in those debts. I just think they're doing what we've asked them to.
I agree. We had 2 budget workshops on weekends where we came together where administration said, this is the things you can cut. I came up with a list that was just over $1.4 million of cuts we could do. And what happened? We brought it to council and administration said, we do not recommend you cut those things.
Councillor, it was a decision by the council. We have to take responsibility. We cannot blame. They advise.
I'm not. I'm just...
Please.
I'm just saying the facts, Lord Mayor.
They can't reply. Please be courteous.
Anyway, with councillors now here today, if you support the motion, support it on the floor. If you don't support it, don't support it. The floor will know. If you want to make excuses as to why you don't support it, that's up to you. Thank you.
Councillor, would your seconder like to speak? Councillor Davis? And I did see someone else. Deputy Lord Mayor. Thank you.
I have an amendment.
Yes, what is your amendment? Is it in the system?
It should be.
Oops, here we go. Can we just read it?
Sure, I sent it early this morning, actually, to all the councillors.
Change so often. We just check it again.
I think there was one paragraph changed later today, in blue.
Can we just have a moment? Can you just drop it down? But there are blue bits and red bits which confuse me. So can you see the top of the red, please? I can't see it. So
There's red
So the top two red things are noting, red paras are just noting. We've got all of the precincts, and what is the blue one?
This is an alternate motion.
I'm sorry, I just need to, can I just have a moment to read this? Is there anything below 6? Oh my goodness.
It's an alternate motion.
Is this becoming an alternate motion?
No. No, not at all. That number 8 was already in the original budget, motion.
Can I just have, that's the advice of the administration?
Through the presiding member, the advice to the chamber is this is not a variation, it's not an amendment, it's an alternative motion.
Councillor, just a moment. Councillor Martin, have you got a point of order?
No, I haven't, Lord Mayor. I would just ask if the administration could be specific about what it is it believes the alternative motion is proposing. It's a very complex red, blue,
Can we
and crossed
scroll
out
back up to
proposal.
the top? So I think the first two red parts just clarify the situation. They're not an alternate. That's just clarification. It widens the precincts in the CBD. Can we scroll up again? Yes, I think that it's quite.
This calls for a productivity review.
Well, that's just an amendment. So 6 is the amendment.
But it's the consequence of 6, if you go on.
Is it the consequence of 6 that you're concerned? There's more. Oh, it still has Renew Adelaide.
No, so the 4 elements of the motion moved are deleted, and the Renew Adelaide is pushed to a quarterly review. So the consequence of the changed motion, what I'll call the alternate motion, is that it overrides the motion that's been moved.
I'll take your advice. I'm sorry, Deputy Lord Mayor. Can I advise you to vote against the motion and put it up as an alternative if you would like to move in this way? I'm sorry. So let me go back to Councillor. Who has the floor? Nobody? Councillor Freeman?
I also have an amendment, Lord Mayor, that I'd like to move.
Gosh, it's making me dizzy. Whoops.
Yes, I'll seek a seconder for this.
Is that the only part, that one para? Oops, here we go.
There's 2 parts.
Just a moment, Councillor Moore, let's just work out what we're doing with this. Yes?
The point above, is that correct that, if we made the changes which are set out here, is the administration advice that it would require another round of public consultation? Or not?
I don't think it would, but we'll get advice. Thank you. Thank you for coming up with that point.
Through the presiding member, the advice to the chamber is any substantive change to the business plan and budget would require noting in the final document.
On that basis, could I suggest we remove that first point there?
Point of order, Lord Mayor. I haven't spoken to this amendment yet. I don't know why
I think you're right,
debating.
Councillor Freeman. Thank you for your suggestion, Councillor Davis.
I just don't think it's true.
We're just trying to work out if it's an alternate and an acceptable motion.
Because of the con.
What's?
Okay.
Just help me again, because I'm not clear. Which bit is an alternate?
Well, I'm confused by the amendment because if...
So we'll ignore 3.
If we can see the rest of 5.
Can we get... So it's actually leaving all the adjustments.
Prepare and present. So is not 7 contrary to 5?
I think that there's an internal inconsistency.
Could I explain that, Lord Mayor? So I'm simply saying that at the
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Has this been seconded for her to have an explanation?
I think Councillor Marr seconded it. Well, he was waving at me. I presumed he was seconding it.
Oh, will I take it that she's that
Sorry.
Councillor Freeman
I'm sorry, Councillor Couros.
Point of order.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. So do I take it that Councillor Freeman is now speaking to the motion?
She's
Has this been
moving an
accepted?
amendment.
Has this been accepted? Has the motion been accepted by administration?
I'm just trying to clarify that. It has been seconded, but we're just trying to work out if it's an alternate as well. If it's an alternate, then the Deputy Lord Mayor gets first go.
Well, thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm just wondering if the mover needs to speak to the motion until it's accepted by administration. Is that the
I think Can I just say that Councillor Freeman is trying to explain what the motion says, I think, aren't you?
Hang on, can you
No, she's not. Thank you. I'm asking her a question. Councillor Freeman, are you trying to explain what this means?
Yes, so part 7, it is separate. If tonight part 5 is adopted by this council, what I've put in 7 is that there is still an opportunity at the Q1 review to also look at reprioritisation of adopted funds. If we take this in part.
I'm sorry, I think that this is ultra vires because it's a
The horse will have bolted.
I think it's not possible to do this. I'm sorry. I just think it's not acceptable because it's too complex a financial arrangement.
I'm happy to accept it as a variation, as a seconder. I'm not sure if the mover is. I think it's...
No,
Through the presiding member, 7 contradicts 5 to the extent that if 5 is passed, that extra $950,000 of funding is allocated, the horse is bolted, and those funds will be dispersed by AIDA well before the quarterly review was presented to Council in November.
I'm sorry, we can't accept this motion because it's I don't know that it's ultra vires, but it's inoperative, which is a word I've just made up.
If I could just clarify again, Lord Mayor, if we're allocating $950,000 of funds for other items tonight, what I sought to achieve in part 7 is an understanding of where those funds have come from in the sense of reprioritisation. I'm very happy to adjust the wording to make that clearer so that these aren't in contradiction, but that was my intent, that there's 2 separate processes.
I'll make a decision from the chair as presiding member that I will not accept your amendment, and I would recommend that if people want to vote against Councillor Cabal's motion, will do, and then I'll take an alternate motion from Councillor McNoon. So let's move on back to the original motion. I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. I would really appreciate if Councillor Couros would stop talking from the chamber and interrupting the proceedings.
No, actually, no, Lord Mayor. I was just trying to explain why it's ultra vires and helping new councillor out. So I'm sorry if she took offence for the help. Sorry.
Thank you. I'll accept your apology. Let's try to get back to the motion that has been spoken to by Councillor Kabada. The seconder, seconder does not wish to speak. Okay, you're reserving the right.
If nobody else wants, I'd like to reserve my right.
Councillor Abraham
unless
today
there's somebody
wants
else
to
who likes to speak.
Right. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Not to echo what the those that made deputations here and repeat what they've said, and I do thank them for their time and efforts. But I think one thing we need to be clear of is that in the current economic crisis, what we need to be mindful of is that the current state of play is that businesses are facing a double-edged sword. And the double-edged sword is that there are increasing costs to businesses, whether if it's rent, whether if it's utilities, whether if it's wages. We saw a wage increase last week through the Fair Work Commission. Not to say that that's not warranted, but they are the facts. And the other edge of the sword, we've got a cost of living crisis, because people that would usually go out to grab a coffee, grab a meal, go out and spend some money and support those businesses no longer can do that because they've got their own utilities and their own bills and their own expenses to be mindful of. So it's getting harder and harder to run a sustainable business here in the city. We do have competition all around us. We've got Burnside that's spent, I don't even know how much they've spent in their recent development, and they will continue to spend there. You've got Norwood Parade, you've got Unley, Prospect. There are all these precincts right around us that are essentially our competition. So we need to do everything that we can to ensure that it is still sustainable to run a business here in the city, because I don't think any of us here want to live in a city that is so quiet that we'd have to travel outside of the city in order to enjoy a cup of coffee.
Look, I support the intention behind Councillor Kabata's motion. I think I have demonstrated that I totally support AIDA, economic development, city activation, precinct growth, small business support and nighttime economy, and of course their skill-based board. I strongly think that we need to be careful about the governance principle here. AIDA is Council's subsidiary. With an experienced skill-based board, Council sets the overall funding envelope that ratepayers can afford. AIDA's board is then responsible for determining how best to deliver its business plan within that funding envelope. I do not think Council should, by motion, direct a skill-based board to spend additional money in specific categories unless that has come through the proper business planning and budget process. Even though the budget workshops with AIDA and particular areas identified that the original motion, this motion, does not necessarily align with AIDA's own stated budget priorities. That should give us pause. If AIDA has developed its budget and priorities through its board and through the budget process, I do not think Council should now add over $1 million and prescribe how it spends that in the 11th hour, for God's sake. There is also a broader budget issue here. We are considering this in the context of a proposed 5.6% rate revenue increase. The community has told us about cost of living, rates, value for money and confidence in council spending are real concerns. Before Council adds further expenditure, we need to be able to show ratepayers that we have properly tested our productivity, expenditure and efficiency, which is what my alternate motion is all about. So I will not be supporting this, and hopefully I get the opportunity to present my alternate motion, which actually gives real solutions to how we can move forward here.
Councillor Marr, and then Councillor Freeman, and then Councillor Davis might use his opportunity.
I have a question of the administration. In part 5, I'm losing track of the numbers here. Part 5 requests administration that the additional allocation, etc. Does the administration have a comment now, given the 2 attempted alternative motions that are ruled as alternative motions? Does the administration have a comment on how this might be achievable before we have a vote on the substantive motion?
Thank you. Through me to you.
Through the presiding member, Considering that we've been through 8 workshops and meetings in the development of the business plan and budget, I think number 5 has already been answered by your administration. It's been reinforced in the administration comment. There's no bucket of savings to be identified, and I'd refer you to administration comment number 6 in terms of the funding options. Our advice is that 5 will direct us to come back and tell you that we can't find savings.
Thank you.
Councillor Moore?
Yes, that was a question, and I think I'll speak to this now. This seems to be effectively an unfunded requisition of funds, $950,000 to give to AIDA, which has already received a substantial increase in funding this year. As the Deputy Lord Mayor has already highlighted, so I won't reiterate that, we can't direct them on how to spend the money, we can only give them the pool. If AIDA does want to spend money on the West End, the nighttime economy, Renew Adelaide, they are welcome to reprioritise within their existing budget if they would like to prioritise these items. It's not for us to direct them because they're an independent board. In that respect, this motion is concerning because it's attempting to bypass an established governance system, and it's also attempting to bypass the budget process that we've been through for the last 8 months. I didn't see anywhere in the consultation outcome that suggested anyone wanted to have a rate increase. The administration's just reiterated their existing comment that there are no savings to be made, and the response to part 5 of this motion is that they will not have any suggested savings. So the alternative funding model is to increase the rates. If no one wants to increase the rates, I don't know why I would vote for this and fly in the face of the community consultation that we've just done. I understand the intent of what Councillor Cabata is trying to do here, and there have been 2 goes at trying to fix this motion to make it something that we could possibly do in slightly different form. But the way that this has been presented, it's just an impossible motion. We can't possibly agree to it in the form that it is presented to us today. I would suggest that maybe if Councillor Cabata has a suggestion for increasing AIDA's funding, he continue to do that through the budget process, which hasn't been agreed to yet. So I'll ask one more question just to confirm for everyone who's here. After today's council meeting, what are the next steps for the budget before it's approved?
Mr Sedgman?
Through the presiding member, following tonight's considerations, there'll be a report presented to the City Finance and Governance Committee on the 16th of June, recommending a consideration of adoption of a business plan and budget for 26-27. That recommendation will go to the council on the 23rd of June.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At that CFG committee, I look forward to seeing Councillor Cabata's alternative funding model for what he's trying to achieve here, whether that's a saving, whether that's a rate increase. I'd love to see it in the correct process, and then we can adopt it at committee, we can send it to council, and we can do this properly. I won't be supporting the motion as is today.
Thank you. Councillor Freeman and then Councillor Kouros, and then we might get this to the vote.
All right. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I actually agree that all of these things are a priority right now. I think anyone that walks around the city can see that the West End needs some serious love. We're hearing from businesses that it's really tough at the moment. Nighttime activation, I mean, Friday nights in the city have died as well. Thursdays are the new Fridays, and Renew Adelaide are one of the only organisations that are actually doing anything about vacancy in the city, and we've heard tonight that they're running at a budget deficit, and the risk there is that they may disappear entirely, which would be awful for the city. That said, I cannot accept this motion in its current form because whilst I support business, I do not support putting the rates up. I do not support taking $950,000 from other areas without even knowing what those areas are tonight. I do not support adopting a budget that has a $950,000 hole that people expected during consultation that is no longer what we're doing. And yes, it was only 299 people that made submissions, but it was 11,000 people that actually went to the website and looked at that budget. So the community expectation is that we are delivering that. And I think we've just run out of time to make these material changes now. We've got 2 weeks to adopt this budget. I feel deeply uncomfortable about where this $1 million might come from. I'm very open to discussing it after the adoption of the budget, say at a quarterly one review or even before that, to work out where these priority items can be funded from. But as it stands, I just don't support leaving a hole in the budget. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Kouros, and then Councillor Siebentreut. I'm moving around the room. Councillor Kouros.
Oh, Lord Mayor, I can't believe what I'm hearing today. Proper planning, business planning, budget process, we've done it all. And yes, we have done it all. Councillor Kabata, I commend him. I commend you for bringing this motion through because you have tried to speak to administration through all those workshops, through all those discussions about where you believe it's needed. I have and others have because we know that this city is ending into a territory of, shall I say, a ghost town. We are losing businesses one after the other. And if you don't realise that, then I suggest you walk the streets a little bit more. If you think it's booming out there, that's great for you. And if you think we're doing an awesome job, that's great for you. But I don't think so. I think we are heading into an economic crisis and we need to be ahead of the game. Now, I appreciate the administration's advice. However, I fundamentally disagree. I disagree that investment is not feasible or appropriate. We need to invest in economic activity. That is our priority. I also reject the claims that, you know, we as a council shouldn't give AIDA more money to do what they do. Like we said, they are a skill-based board. I mean, just this year, this council was willing to give away $250,000 to a Gorillas Riders Week and said, let's just trust them with it. But we've got a skill-based, but we didn't do it, Lord Mayor. No, it didn't go ahead. But there was a motion that it was there to give away money. That did not happen, but we did support them, which is great because that's what we should be. We should be supporting the community out there. But what we're talking about here, Lord Mayor, is we're talking about what we could foresee what's going to be happening to the city. Administration's argument focuses heavily on the $950,000 costs. What it's missing is the consideration of what that return will be on investment.
Councillor, can I just remind you, we're not debating with the administration. They can't enter into the debate.
Well, they made their comment, Lord Mayor.
No, their comments.
I'm only speaking to their comments, to their recommendations.
Comments, but we can't debate.
And I can make that comment on...
We cannot debate with them because
I'm not debating. I'm not asking any questions, Lord Mayor. I'm basically saying that their comments are not fair and justifiable because we're looking at a $950,000 investment in a budget that's millions and millions. There have been questions in regards to efficiencies in regard to this council to the administration. I, for one, have not received a response to my email in regards to the operating efficiencies that we could make savings on. That has not come to me. That has not been responded to. We have not looked at savings in which we can do regarding procurement. We have not looked at any other ways that we can save money within our operations to invest back into this city. But yet, what we keep talking about, Lord Mayor, is increasing our rates. We keep talking about increasing the rates. I mean, one increase after another increase after another increase to deliver what we need to for the community. Yet we're not looking within ourselves like every other business is doing. Like every other business that is in this city doing at the moment, they're looking at their costs. They're looking where they can make savings. They're looking at what they can do in order to support their business and give back to employing more staff, possibly, or cutting more costs, or whatever it is. They need to look at all of these cost factors within their business. We should be doing the same. Economic development should not be treated as discretionary spending. Economic development is ultimately generates the activity, investments and confidence that supports businesses, attracts people to the city and strengthens council's long-term financial position. The greatest risk that Adelaide is facing is not investing in our economic activity that not only benefits the businesses but benefits our residents. Our residents want to have local businesses on their street. Our residents want to be able to have the confidence that our council is doing whatever we can because we are a capital city. Now, I know this motion will be lost tonight. I know this won't get up. I can sense the room, and if Councillor Freeman brings forward an alternate motion that can be accepted by administration, I would fully accept that because I would take whatever this council can give out there to the community because I know that the majority make the decisions here. We give directly to council. I have not, as a councillor, agreed to this budget. I voted against it going out for consultation. I voted against it. It needed more work. I did not agree for it to go out there. More work needs to be done, and this council needs to give proper direction to administration and don't let them run the budget. You run the budget, not administration.
Thank you, Councillor. I think now we're going to Councillor Siebentrit and then Councillor Davis reserved his right. Oh. Okay.
Happy to step up in the queue, Lord Mayor. And I know there's a number of us speaking on this tonight, but it is an important issue. Can I just begin by thanking and acknowledging Councillor Kabata's clear, consistent, strong advocacy for the business community. We're all here to represent ratepayers, and I think in amongst this debate we should recognise the good work you've been doing. Also, I think you've done what often hasn't been done, which has come up with specific examples of potential savings, which while everyone may not agree, you've gone to the effort of doing that, so I wanted to recognise and thank that. I think my reflection, Lord Mayor, here, I've got two main points I wanted to make. My first point is there is a real risk here in this debate tonight that it is presented as if whether this council is supportive of economic development or not. Are we supportive of the business community or not? Are we supportive of ADA or not? None of that is on the table from my perspective. If we look at some of the stats, about 2/3 of the revenue that is invested by this council, expended every year, goes in towards supporting assets and services that support and sustain our business community. We have over $60 million worth of funds identified in our long-term financial plan which relate to main streets. We invest in main streets to support economic activity in this city. We also have an increase in the allocation of funding to ADA. And too right, we should as well. ADA has done a fantastic job in recent years and we're seeing an uplift in funding for ADA. And that was only just increased only recently. I believe in the last month it was. I'd need to check the exact date, but that was only increased just recently. And in addition to that, my understanding, Lord Mayor, is that we've also made an indication that we'd have a 3-year uplift to ADA. So there's no doubt around this council's intent around supporting economic development and activity more broadly. But Lord Mayor, I've been in and around businesses and running businesses for 20 years, and one of the things I've learned from that is we need to have a balanced budget. We need to understand how a P&L works, how a balance sheet works, and we need to have a rigorous, robust budget process. And I know it's dull and boring, but that's a thing we need to keep coming back to, is a balanced budget process. And when I say balanced, I say that's not just balance from one part of our community, Lord Mayor. That is balanced in terms of how we address homelessness. That is balanced in terms of making sure there aren't potholes around the city. That is balanced in terms of how we maintain our parklands. That is balanced in so many ways, including for things like school safety as well. We went out to our community with what we understood off the back of 7 or 8 month process was a balanced budget. And embedded within that, as we've already mentioned, we have a rate rise, 5.6%, which links back to CPI and asset renewal. Lord Mayor, I remain open-minded in terms of whether there is an ability to invest additional money in economic activity in our city. I know that the budget process hasn't closed off. I'll only be about another minute, Lord Mayor. Thank you, members. I know our budget process hasn't been closed off. I think there is still a room. Councillor Kabata has the list of projects that he's identified. The question for me is there anything still on that list that we may wish to consider, because as I think there's probably not a member in this room who wants to see any rate rises above what we've already committed to in response to CPI and also asset renewal. So Lord Mayor, I won't be supporting this in the current form, but as Councillor Couros mentioned earlier on, I would entertain other motions that may come forward which address some of the issues that are flagged here.
Snape, do you have something new to add to this debate? Well, okay.
Sorry. Look, I've supported previous increases to AIDA and their budget, and in the future budgets, I am open and honestly quite likely to support further increases. I think they do some good work. But my concern around this motion is that, in my opinion, it's fiscally irresponsible. I don't think that we can afford, between this and another motion, which I won't mention now, a 1% additional rate increase across the city. I don't think our businesses can support it. I don't think our residents and ratepayers can support that. I support the intention of this motion, but the process, we've been going through this process for over 6 months now, as Councillor Steven-Tritt said, since December of last year. We've had opportunities, council have had opportunities to be part of this process, to identify savings, to put forward priorities, and to bring something along at such a late stage, in my opinion, does a disservice to the wider budget process. I'm interested to read Deputy Lord Mayor's alternative motion, because if there is a way of accomplishing what this motion sets out without increasing the rates by an additional percentage point, that is something I would very much like to entertain. I'm supportive of businesses, but I'm not supportive of a 6.6% rate increase, which is what this motion is calling for ultimately. Thank you.
Councillor Davis and then Councillor Cabada to sum up.
Thanks. Can I just ask a question of the administration? What is the operating surplus proposed in this budget?
Through the presiding member, an operating surplus of 4.976 million.
Okay, so thank you. So a 4.769 million operating surplus. 4.9. Let's call it 5 million. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the answer to the question. Income under this budget will be about 295 million. That is a huge amount of our ratepayers and visitors' money. The increase proposed for economic development would be 0.3% of that revenue. Now, councillors, I'm concerned that we don't truly understand just how badly the ratepayers who are businesses, who pay 75% of our rates, just how badly they're truly struggling. And it's going to get a lot worse. When you speak with a business that's had to close, we're talking about that business represents their life savings, and it represents them putting food on their tables for their families. The revenue increase is well above CPI. Our expenditure increase is well above CPI. And I do not accept that it is all too hard and there are simply no options but to agree with the original proposal that was originally put forward by the administration. And I very much share Councillor Cabada's frustration that every suggestion so far has been rejected, and then the current direction is applauded and everyone congratulated. I believe that the right approach is not too bad, so sad when our ratepayers ask for help. Our response when ratepayers ask for help, particularly when general rates revenue increase, our rates revenue increase will be 7.1%. We should earnestly be reacting to the current issues facing our ratepayers. We need to cut our spending and we need to support those ratepayers in the city. Hindley Street, our main nightlife street, is going to descend into a pit from which it will not recover. Our response of, we had 8 meetings and governance and there's just no free money that we have. It took 8 months, or months and months and 8 minutes to deliver what was originally, essentially, proposed to us at the first instance. I think we even went into a budget meeting where we were considering a whole bunch of cuts and we ended up spending more money. That's not the administration's fault. That's our fault. And it's the problem of this chamber who can't prioritise. I don't accept any of the reasons for not supporting this motion that have been given. We have a $5 million operating surplus. $5 million operating surplus. Now, we as an elected body in this city are heading towards a storm, and our ratepayers are begging and screaming on the front page of the Advertiser for us to change course. How can the response from us be to plough on and tell everybody what a great job we've done? This money needs to be spent. We have a huge operating surplus that many councils in South Australia do not have. The city needs to tighten its belt for sure. Can I just have 30 more seconds? Thank you. Now, I understand that this is not the majority view of the chamber, and I get the majority doesn't share this situation. But some of us have different views and we see things differently. Some people advocate for different things in the cities. Some people see different priorities that we don't all see. Now, I hope that you can reflect that councillors are bringing serious concerns to the chamber, not just because they feel like it, but because that's what their constituents are telling them on a daily basis. Councillor Kabata doesn't have the numbers for this motion. Unfortunately, those ratepayers crying out for help will go unanswered on this occasion. I'm saddened by this because I know that we had the ability to do more and we won't. And I personally take responsibility for that. I haven't done enough to convince you, and I won't blame everybody else. I won't blame the administration, but I'm deeply saddened by those families who will lose their life savings as our city expands into the city of massage parlours and convenience stores.
Look, Lord Mayor, may I just add something? Can I just add something to the discussion that's not been mentioned? And I do think it's important to provide a context for new members who haven't been present on previous occasions. This discussion began quite some time ago in the term of this council, when there was spirited debate about the amount of money that was allocated to AIDA. And there was a point of view advanced that we should be expending about 10% of rate revenue, not total income, but rate revenue to AIDA. That discussion led to ultimately a commitment of this council that came early in the stage of the formulation of this year's draft business plan and budget. And the resolution was that we would move towards an amount equal to around 10% of rate revenue for AIDA through a staged process. This year marking the first, with an increase of almost $750,000 to funding. Now, in addition to that, I moved at a recent council meeting that there be a further increase of $300,000 on top of the $750,000 to enable AIDA to specifically assist small business. Now, thankfully, that was adopted by all of the chamber. I recall Councillor Kabata wasn't there, but I'm sure he would have supported it as well. And on top of that, during a discussion with AIDA, at which it advanced a priority was to spend $250,000 of any new money on promoting the Rundle Mall anniversary, Council subsequently expressed concern that that wasn't a good way in which to spend that money. And so the administration separately from this year's surplus at Q3 advanced $250,000 to meet that commitment. So there has been a very substantial recognition of the role that AIDA plays and of the funding. That money is on its way. It represents an increase in AIDA's budget of around 10 to 12%. Now, Lord Mayor, that's way in excess of CPI. It's way in excess of what the rates increase will be, and I think it represents a substantial contribution. Now, this is not a poor reflection on the chamber. It is actually an endorsement of AIDA from a council that understands the environment in which it's operating and the contribution that it makes to this city. Members, I don't think we should feel uneasy about rejecting this proposal at all. I think wherever there is an opportunity to help AIDA, wherever there is a sound proposition that comes to us not as a motion on notice, I just need 30 seconds, Lord Mayor, not as a motion on notice, but as a properly proposed and costed proposal, I'm willing to support it. Anything that assists the city through well-strategised and developed plans will have my approval, and I reckon everybody else in this room. Lord Mayor, we should be pleased that we are going some way to making a very substantial future for AIDA and for the economic prosperity of this city.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I know everyone in this room is willing for this to end soon, but I had a quick question about the operating surplus of $5 million. Can the administration confirm what operating surplus ratio that represents and what target has been set to us by SCOSA?
I was told it's 5.283 is assessed as being financially sustainable.
I was asking the administration to convert the $5 million into a percentage.
Through me to you, see.
Through the presiding member, the current operating surplus of $4.976 million represents an operating surplus ratio of 1.8% in a target range of 0 to 20%.
Sorry, just a strange question, but I see it all the time and I don't quite understand why it is. Why do we measure AIDA's funding against rate revenue rather than total revenue? Because the difference is, 10% of rate revenue or 5% of total revenue.
I think it's my fault. That's how we started discussing it, but it's been changed to be a different percentage now. It's been an ongoing discussion that was only brought to the fore a year ago.
Yeah, I would say AIDA's role is also bringing in fees and charges as well, so I don't know.
Like to sum up?
I'm willing to continue. Maybe I should let Councillor Davis sum up. I just wanted to thank everyone today who made the time to come in and do a deputation, everyone who showed up today to support the motion, everyone who spent countless hours trying to support this and get this through. I thank you for your efforts. I thank you for coming here today. And I'm sorry that we might not get the outcome that we wanted here tonight. But nonetheless, I thank you for your time. It is sad to see that members do not support Renew Adelaide and getting more funding to continue to activate our city. It's sad to see that members don't support the West End. People talk about governance, and I think...
Point of order, Lord Mayor. That is, the councillor's casting aspersions.
Oh, sorry, Lord Mayor.
The councillor's casting aspersions on councillors' support for geographical parts of the city. It's completely irrelevant.
So what was the ruling on the point of order, Lord Mayor? Was it not relevant? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Of course, thank you. No, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. So it's just sad to see. I think in business, people will talk about governance when they don't want to support something. As a councillor, you've got the power to change, to make change. It's why people run on a platform, whatever that is, whether that's pro-business, whether that's to make a change in a certain part of the city. They would not run if they could not make a change. Here tonight, you will see those people who say they support you. Yeah, they move amendments that water down what this motion is trying to do, which is actually give you something tangible to do. Let the floor, I guess, show who supports AIDA, who supports economic development, who supports businesses in our city. Oh, sorry, Lord Mayor.
I didn't even have to call it on.
Well, was that a point of order, Lord Mayor?
It is. I think he was pointing out that you were reflecting on the motives of other members. It's not one of the processes that we allow.
My apologies, Lord Mayor.
Usually so polite, councillor.
Thank you. My apologies, Lord Mayor. I think it's been a long night.
It's going to be longer.
It's only early. And just thank you to all the members here tonight, regardless of whether you support this motion or not. I take on what you have all shared with us tonight. So thank you for contributing to this motion and notice, and I obviously urge you all to support it. You've got the time and you've got the vote to make a difference for our city.
All those in favour? All those against? Division's been called.
Members, division has been called in relation to item 19.2. Please stand in favour of the motion until your name has been called. Councillor Kabata, Councillor Kouros, Councillor Davis and Councillor Abraham today. Thank you.
Can I just complain about potholes? We don't have any potholes in the City of Adelaide. They're all in the surrounding suburbs. Sorry? The vote was lost. Councillor Noon. It was not an amendment, it's an alternate motion. Would you prefer a clean copy or the one with the red amendments? Can I ask Councillor Noon, Deputy Lord Mayor, do you want a clean copy or do you want this one?
I'm happy.
She's happy with this one. Okay.
Okay. I just want to also reiterate that I support the intention behind Councillor Kabata's previous motion, and I have made some changes to it. And I'm not going to go over what I previously said about the governance concerns that I actually have. But this amendment does not say no to economic development. It does not say no to further supporting AIDA. It says we need to do things in the right order. First, Council should commission as point...
Members, can I point out we still have a quorum? There are 7 of us in the room.
First, Council... No, I'm going to talk to this.
You have a quorum.
I thank you. I have 4 minutes. First, Council should commission an independent, and I emphasise that word, productivity, expenditure and efficiency review, which supports feedback from the Property Council, AHA and the Business and Business SA. Then if savings or revenue opportunities are identified, the next council consider whether some of that capacity should be redirected to future investment in city activation, precinct development, small business support, vacant space renewal or nighttime economy. My amendment supports AIDA. It supports economic development, but it also respects the role of the AIDA board, the integrity of the budget process, and the ratepayers who fund these decisions. I also want to address the West End point directly. No one supports the West End more than me. I live there, I breathe it, I understand the issues, and I strongly support targeted work to improve visitation, safety, business confidence, activation, and the public realm outcomes in the West End. But I do not think that the right way to do this is to cherry pick 1 or 2 areas for additional funding outside the broader framework Council has already established. And if we attended, unfortunately Councillor Kabata didn't, the workshop on February the 7th, councillors would have actually heard all the directors give a very detailed brief of their area, a very, very, very comprehensive overview of how many staff, what services they did. So it was really hard to believe there would be any savings to be found. But I actually want to, because I hear this everywhere I go, well, council must have millions of dollars. I hear it around this room, I hear it out there. They must be able to find thousands and thousands of dollars in their operations. Well, let's test this. I was at a lunch, a budget lunch on Friday, and I heard the same thing over and over again, but it's all assumptions. And if you actually went to that workshop and heard the directors, then you'd doubt that. But let's friggin' test it, for God's sake, and let's do it with an independent review. Now, council is already addressing precincts through the precinct review, including the developing precincts. And I go to one of my other points that I have amended. Because instead of just picking West End, I'm talking about the actual development precincts. And the West End is one of those. That process intended to look at precincts strategically, fairly and transparently, rather than making late budget decisions that elevates one area over the others without a full evidence base. Yes, the West End absolutely needs attention, but so do other precincts at different stages of maturity and need. If council is going to invest more in precincts, it should do so through the agreed precinct framework that we've already discussed and agreed to, with clear criteria, proper consultation, and a fair understanding of where the greatest needs and return on investment is, which we've already commenced, members. You know, I want to keep in Renew Adelaide because we heard from the new chair tonight. Renew Adelaide ticks all our boxes. It's a win for culture, identity, ROI. And if we say yes to this particular point, we say yes to jobs and dreams, as the new chair said, and keeping jobs in the city. So I ask councillors to support this amendment that is more disciplined and more transparent, fairer, and a much better way to proceed than just cherry picking without evidence. Thank you.
So before we move to your seconder or anyone who's going to speak against the motion, because then we could crack on a bit maybe, can I ask for an extension beyond 8:30, moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Freeman. All those in favour? All those against? That's carried. Does anybody want to speak against this motion? Councillor Martin.
No, I don't. I wish, Lord Mayor, to ask a couple of questions, if I may, before we go any further. So I understand there are changes that are occurring, I think. There is a reference that isn't consistent with the Speaker's words, that is saying that all of the precincts of the CBD are important. Is that true, or does it mean all of the precincts are important?
All of the precincts are important, sorry, actually.
Yes, could we have that amended?
No, of course.
And
there's no reference to CBD.
So of the CBD, it says.
All of the precincts are strategically important precincts for hospitality.
So you didn't mean to exclude North Adelaide, I take it?
No. In fact, yes, absolutely. That was in the previous.
Your seconder, who is Councillor Freeman, are you happy to remove CBD?
That was
Okay,
in
done.
Councillor Kabata's one.
I'm sorry, it's an error.
And
Sorry?
Lord Mayor, in one of the scrolls there was a reference to developing precincts. I thought we'd left that behind.
I think we may be still thinking of developing precincts. Can I have some help?
Yeah, that's how we refer.
Developing precincts were removed ultimately from the document so that all of the precincts were treated similarly with the same allocation, so they are all
I need some help on that one. Can someone advise me?
Through the presiding member, my understanding of the intent of the alternate motion is that one of the priorities for the review is developing precincts, so the IE could drop off. Deputy Lord Mayor?
I beg to disagree, CEO, but I remember specifically developing precincts was the concept where there were differing levels of funding proposed.
developing precincts is all precincts. Developing all precincts would be clearer.
Yes.
Deleting West End Road.
Yeah, yes, yes.
Yep.
Okay, seconder happy with that? Second, okay.
And
all
then,
precincts and delete West End Road, Gurja East End.
and in all other respects, I'm happy.
Lord Mayor, can I just ask that we go to the top and just scroll down slowly so I can read the whole thing again? Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, this is a really long motion. Can we just go to the top on what's been changed?
So would it be helpful if we deleted the ones that have been accepted track changes? Sorry, can we accept the track changes to make it easier to read? We're just going to get a clean copy to make it easier for everyone. Can you do that? Is it hard? So the second was Councillor Freeman. So would you like to speak?
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I'm still not clear what the whole motion is. Well, I'm here now. Thank you very much. I would like to see the whole motion. Thank you.
No, please, both of you stop it. Councillor Freeman.
I only want to speak briefly to acknowledge I do think this is a more responsible way to take the time to deliver these increases that I think all of us agree are important without leaving a hole in the budget. And drawing attention to part 5, the letter sent from Renew Adelaide, if I can seek to have that published in the minutes, please. That was circulated to all members this week. And additionally, I think that the prioritisation of Renew Adelaide within the Q1 review certainly delivers on their continuing operations, as has been expressed tonight, as potentially being at risk.
I think we've learned a lot from the state government. Getting a review as a way to delay action is an often tactic from the government. It's not something that I support. I take responsibility for what's here and what's in front of me. Now, this report is, I think, thank you for cleaning it up. I can read it now. But requesting a commission to get an independent productivity expenditure in another year's time is just another report back to council which just completely fails to deal with the issues at hand. And, you know, we may well be forced to do another budget. And my understanding is it'll come in next year. So we might actually see the benefit of this. But all things being the same, many people in this council won't see this motion come to fruition for the rate, and it certainly doesn't take any action. So I think this is a masterful way that we can avoid the issue. Yet again, and we see this quite often, reports about say homelessness in the city. We can get a report about, can we do anything? Oh, too bad we can't. We'll see a report come back without proper guidelines, not driven by the council, mind you. This is not a subcommittee of council who's going to seek advice to really drive home and go through line by line the budget the city's facing. This is asking the administration to go and do an audit on itself by engaging an independent, which is completely that they engage. And I'm sure they'll do a great job of that. But I think I know how this report turns out. They might find a couple of pennies somewhere, say, job well done. The consultant will get paid an exorbitant amount of money, which hasn't been budgeted.
Lord Mayor, I mean, look, I've been sitting here all night listening to the councillor bagging the administration. Nobbling independent reports is the inference that's being made here clearly. I mean, can we have a break from it, please?
I think one has to listen to a lot of things that others agree with. First is the council.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And so I know how this plays out. So I know what's going to happen, and this will be used as a reason to declare what a great job we've done yet again. But look, I can tell you that does work. That strategy does work very often. But I suspect, and I pre-warn you, that I don't think anyone's going to buy it this time.
People are sick of internal reviews of I'm finally now 4 years in going to have a look at the efficiency and effectiveness, even though our council rates revenue has increased by $46 million. Now we're going to do this independent investigation. I don't think anyone's going to buy it. But I do encourage you to put that forward as a strategy. I suggest to you that it will fail dismally and that people will have their vote in November. But good luck to you, but I think everyone is wise to this silly game.
And he spoke with some elements of really common sense. He did discuss whether the terms of reference for the review or the governance might be something to be able to.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just have a question before I get going. So Part 8 is $100,000 for Renew Adelaide. Can I just confirm that, so my reading of this is that $100,000 would be allocated to AIDA, an allocation would be made. Is it AIDA's view through the administration that if $100,000 was to be granted, that this is the highest priority for it to be allocated to? Just trying to understand.
Through the presiding member, it's a request that the administration prioritise as part of the first quarterly review identification of 100,000 for Renew Adelaide. So it's not a foregone conclusion. It's actually being referred to the first quarterly review of 26-27.
Thank you, sir. Sorry,
Without wishing to speak from the chair, I do believe that AIDA support Renew Adelaide very strongly because its return on investment and impact on the vibrancy of the city is very clear.
So my understanding is we already have a $900,000 commitment over a 3-year period, beginning at FY26, going through FY26-27 and 27-28. My question, though, is if an extra $100,000 was to be granted to AIDA, is this where it would be prioritised? Because I think we've just heard a very clear case around additional sums of money that could go to AIDA in the previous motion. So my question is, if there was another $100,000 available...
So there's a meeting tomorrow, but I can't tell you if this would be their highest priority. All I can say is that when I've asked them about outdoor dining, that does not seem to be a priority. But I've heard nothing but support from Renew Adelaide. But maybe there should be a deferral of that element or something until after tomorrow's board meeting.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, because I'd be happy to support 8, but my hesitance is I'm not understanding whether AIDA supports that component. Look, I'll speak to the other parts of the motion then. So I do support the notion of an independent review. As mentioned, I supported a motion or put forward a motion in December last year for a review that did identify some savings which have been contributed towards this budget, but an independent review does go another step on. And so I can see merit in that. I understand the hesitation around reviews, but equally I don't believe that we should be identifying savings based on instinct or a gut feel, that we run a proper process and the next step on from our own internal review is an independent review. I will make one observation, Lord Mayor. I think we are getting the point at the end of 4 years that there is only, as we've said, there is only so much juice you can squeeze out of the lemon, and we're at the point where we need to seriously start considering are there any services that council currently offers that we will cease offering into the future. Because we're consistently told by the administration that there are no further savings. No further savings have been identified, and my take is that we either cut projects or we are facing down needing to cut certain services. So if we're going to continue to go down this path, we need to be prepared to have that conversation.
Amend this motion? Can I just amend point 7, where it says request the findings of independent review be presented to council in time to inform the with a broader examination of council's operations and expenditure so that we can identify genuine efficiencies before considering further rate increases or reductions in services. Sorry, Lord Mayor? You can, Lord Mayor, if that helps you out. Well, it's going in line with Councillor Siebentrit's motion, which we haven't had a response on as yet. So Councillor Siebentrip has presented a motion for operation efficiencies, and I'm just elaborating on Councillor Siebentrip's motion, which is already in train, and for it to be part of the review, which this council has already agreed on, and this council has already wanting to action.
Just ask if you only are interested in efficiencies, not strategic or not projects and policy.
Well, I don't think that was part of Councillor Siebentrip's motion. It was more about operations and
I
efficiencies.
think that the original that Councillor Noon had was
Sorry,
wider
Lord Mayor?
than just efficiencies.
Sorry? Well, I'm saying with a broader examination.
Okay, are
I'm
you
not
happy
taking
with the
away
wording on the screen?
Sorry, Lord
Are you
Mayor?
happy with the wording on the screen?
Well, I'm not asking to take away from Councillor Noon's motion. I'm just asking for it to be a broader examination of the council's operations and expenditure so we can further identify efficiencies as per the motion that we already have in train that we haven't had any response on as yet. And I'm wondering if we can combine them together if we're having an independent review, why not use that time to review all of that as well? I'm sorry, Councillor, Deputy Lord Mayor is talking.
Can I just suggest, Councillor Couros, that I don't think that this makes a great deal of difference, but I'll accept it so that we can move on optimistically.
Thank you. I think it does.
Can we get
Lord
a
Mayor.
seconder?
Do I have a seconder?
Councillor Cabada has seconded.
Thank you.
Do you want to speak to this? Shall we just move the amendment?
I don't want to speak to it, Lord Mayor, because this council has already agreed upon it anyway, so I don't know why I shouldn't speak to something we've already agreed upon.
No, let's not get recriminations. Can we just move the, do you want to speak to it, Councillor? Come on, stop bickering. No, we don't need to have an, no, please, Councillor Couros, let's just get on with it. Councillor Cabada, do you need to speak to this or shall we just put it?
I will reserve my right, Lord Mayor, thank you.
Okay, can we just put the amendment, Councillor Couros' amendment, all those in favour? All those against, that's carried, I think. Now that we go back to the motion. Councillor Marr. Gosh, that was speedy,
Can we please
wasn't it?
scroll up a little bit? Point 6 is what I'm going to refer to with this question. How much is that going to cost?
We don't know.
When will we know? Is it possible to find this out before or during the CFG meeting?
We think it's the cost of doing business.
Is it possible to get a value on that?
This evening, I think.
No, but by the CFG meeting next.
Through the presiding member, we'd need to scope the review, potentially put it out to quotation. It is what it is, Councillor. If you're going to commission a review, it's going to cost money, but you can be assured that we'll be seeking value for money.
I guess my concern is the same concern that I had with the previous motion in that it's an unfunded request. And in this case, we don't even know how much it's going to cost. It would be lovely if we could bring this back through the CFG in a couple of weeks.
Being an amendment, Councillor.
No, I'm speaking against in the current form.
Okay. I'll just ask the mover if they want to seek a report on the commissioning of an independent. Is that what you want? It will. I think that it's getting too contorted.
I think that's my point.
I think you should vote against it if you don't want to support it, because
that is-
otherwise we'll be here till tomorrow.
That's correct, because
I
it's,
don't
it's
think
the
we have
same
any.
problem with the
Unless
previous
you have
motion.
anything to contribute to the debate, can we please vote on it?
I would like to speak to it. Everyone else has had a go. Would you like to go? You can go after me. This is the same problem with the previous motion, which I didn't support, in that it is asking us to do something which is unfunded. It doesn't have the detail of what it's actually asking us to do. And I feel like we've got this budget process that we should be following, that we followed, the council has followed every other year. If we want to seek an independent productivity, expenditure and efficiency review, that should be something we cost through the budget process. So I think if we want to do this, in theory, this sounds great, but I don't know how much it costs, so I don't want to pre-approve it before we get through the rest of the
Councillor,
budget
I'm advised
process.
that we often have outside consultants and advisors who come in and talk to budget.
Yes.
It's the cost of doing business that happens every year, and this is just a different process.
This review that's being requested is something that's going to run through the next year, so it should be in the budget, and I don't see a cost and I don't see a subtraction of a spend somewhere else to make this possible. I'd like to see that at the CFG. Be happy to support it with those numbers, but as I said before, today I can't support this one.
Thank you. So, Councillor Kabada, did you want to speak against it?
Mine would just be quick. Can we please go to point 8?
Sorry? Oh, you seconded the amendment. I'm sorry. We can't. Which amendment?
What?
The first amendment. Mary.
What does that mean?
You can speak. You can only speak to the amendment.
Yeah, we've done it. So
I'm sorry. I'm just losing the thread here.
Can we go down to point 8, please?
He can't speak.
No, you still can't speak, I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
Can I move an amendment?
No, you can ask a question.
I can ask a question. Can we change? So the question I've got for question A, just to confirm, so it's an extra $100,000 given to AIDA to give to Renew. It's not telling AIDA you have to give $100,000 from what you're already getting of the $750,000. Is that right?
No, it's extra.
It's extra. Okay. And I've just got a question. If anyone would move an amendment to put it up to $200,000, I would support that for Renew Adelaide. Thank you.
I think that the mover has decided. Why don't we put this to the vote, because everyone's. No, you've moved the amendment, sorry. I think we might put this to the vote as it is.
Lord Mayor, can we take it in parts?
Yes, you can sum up. Please, let's sum up.
I just want to point out that Councillor Davis's comments, because I received an email tonight from Councillor Kouros, and it was quite positive. It is therefore encouraging to see that you now recognise the value of an independent review to identify efficiency, savings and opportunities.
Let's have a point of order.
And I'm pleased to see that your position appears to have moved closer to that previously advocated by Councillor Davis.
I move Regulation 29.
Please sit down. We don't need to.
I haven't finished summing up.
Messages.
So, members, this amendment is about discipline and good governance. We should let AIDA Skills Board determine how best to deliver its business plan within the funding Council can afford by adding a further $950,000 and prescribing how it should be sent. Council should first undertake an independent review of its own productivity, expenditure and efficiency. That gives us proper evidence base for future investment. It supports economic development, but it also protects ratepayer confidence. I ask councillors to support this amendment. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Lord Mayor, just so you can see me, I'm going to vote against all of them, but I'll vote in favour of 8.
Just ask your indulgence. Since it's getting late and we've got multiple debates to go, would it be possible to have 2 people speaking for and 2 against, so that we can keep moving?
I'm sorry, Lord Mayor, but as elected members, we're here to speak on behalf of our ratepayers, and so we can't determine who's who in the zoo.
May I move for a short adjournment, Lord Mayor?
It's 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Down, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're in quorate. Can we find another couple of councillors? Thank you, Councillor Abrahimzadeh. You're a treasure. Can we just find one more? 4, 5, 6. We're at quorate, members. Let's crack on. Let's try and vote quickly before anyone returns. Councillor Kabada, your item 9.3 next.
Yes, just looking for a seconder.
Councillor Abrahimzadeh.
Thank you. I'll just reserve my right, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Abrahimzadeh. Councillor. Oh gosh, all reserving their rights. Councillor. Councillor Martin.
Yes, Lord Mayor. Look, I'd like to speak against the motion. We have on various occasions debated this matter. In fact, as recently as, and the administration provided the date, as recently as the 28th of April, the council, God, that's not even 6 weeks ago, the council decided to review its outdoor dining policy and did so in the context of a desire to encourage greater participation. I heard one of our guest speakers tonight talk about how it would incentivise people to adopt outdoor dining if we waive fees. Well, Lord Mayor, we did. That's exactly what we did on the 28th of April. We waived fees for all new venues adopting outdoor dining. It's already done. Moreover, we went further. We abolished transfer fees so that there was a saving to existing businesses. And as the administration notes at 7, we have also offered 12 months fee-free to all businesses with fixed furniture who adopt non-fixed furniture consistent with our policy. These are very substantial reforms. What is proposed here, however, is yet another attempt to create, whether inadvertently or advertently, I'm not sure, a black hole in the budget. It would remove some $750,000 from income, just shy, and it would leave us with the costs of administering, because they don't go away. You abolish fees, you've still got to have a permit system, and you've got to have compliance. And those costs last were reported to Council at something in the order of $300,000 a year. So the net impact on the budget is getting close to $1 million. Now, I'm feeling a sense of deja vu, Lord Mayor. We've been there tonight. And here we are again. Members, if you didn't really want to create a $1 million hole in the budget earlier tonight, there's no reason to do so now.
Yeah, we don't want a review. We want action on it. We want it to happen. We don't want a review to get a review to figure out how much the review would cost about the review that might give us make a recommendation to have a review. I'm saying... I think we are getting reviews. We're getting really bad reviews. The City Council is getting really, really, really bad reviews. And now they're not just confined to look, business owners are actually extremely well mannered. They're generally conservative in nature and they don't like making a fuss. They really don't. We differ in that way. But now you've got businesses on the front page of the Advertiser screaming out for help. There is literally no bigger billboard that they could find. There's literally no bigger signal that they could send you to say, please, 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 Adelaide City Council, help us. Please, Adelaide City Council, don't smack us with more rates. Now, what Councillor Kabada is doing, and he's very connected with the business community with restaurant owners and things like that. That's what he's really good at. And he's spent a huge amount of time connecting with people in the city. And I really do applaud that. And he's coming from not just because he felt like it in the middle of the night, but because he's heard the concerns of so many outdoor retailers in the city. So have I. And I read out a post from Azalea Boutique about Rundle Mall, and I spoke to retailers on, like vendors on Rundle Mall, and they're all struggling. This is the thing that keeps coming up, that they keep telling me, that they would like, that they're currently sitting in this situation of going, you know what? And they're teetering on this edge. They don't want to do it. They've invested in a lot of furniture for their outdoor dining. A $131 permit to change ownership is not what they're after. They're currently making the decision of whether they keep their outdoor dining or they kill it altogether to save the money, because they're not flush with cash. Whatever you think, they're not making oodles and oodles of money. Most of them are going backwards. They're drawing down on their mortgages. I can see the smile on your face. They're drawing down on their mortgages, and they're trying to keep their businesses alive because they've got significant investment in there, and if they go under, they'll lose it all. And I've seen the heartbreak from people who have had to make that choice. And I know it's all fun and games in here, but they have to make really, really, really hard choices. I would never want to go into a cafe. The considerations that go into that business are extreme. It is extremely difficult as a cafe owner to figure out staff and wages and food and whether it's going to go off. And not that many people in this chamber have that understanding of how difficult it is. Not that many people in this chamber realise what it's like to run a food venue. We do have someone though. And the message has been consistently clear. The things that we as a City Council can do is don't make them, at this point in time, make that choice or whether they rip up their outdoor dining or go bankrupt. I'll end very quickly. Look, I know that we're all tired. I'm not. This is really, really important. Can we get rid of, like, we're literally begging you, all right? We're literally begging the chamber to listen and hear us. And I get maybe you don't want to support this because it gives credit to Councillor Kabata, but please, members, I'm begging you to please come back at this, make it your own, and give some relief to these business owners. It's not easy. Don't give him the credit. Don't give Councillor Kabata the credit. He doesn't need it. But if one of you, those who are going to oppose it, could come back and hear what we're saying. We're not just here trying to mess you up. We truly believe that this is going to be in the best interest of the city. And I know it's funny when people lose their houses, but I'm not smiling about it.
I am speaking for the motion. Lord Mayor, I rise to support the motion, and I do take on the fact that administration actually came to us with some measures in which we can support outdoor dining, as Councillor Martin has pointed out. Administration did that, and that was great work from them, because recognising that the city out there needs support. Comments that have come out of that, though, is that it's not fair and equitable to everybody. And it supports some but not others. And I guess that's the problem here with it. I'll take whatever. If that's what administration want to give, I'll take this council would take whatever they can to help support these businesses. I'll reframe that because I know that someone would like to put a code of conduct on me, I'm sure. I though question a lot of things though. I question about some of the comments, and I know, Lord Mayor, you don't want me to, but they're there, and they're there that are influencing our decision from administration in regards to the motion. And, you know, financial sustainability argument. We know we have a strategic plan, sure, but we also have a responsibility to the people out there that are paying our rates. You know, shopfront generates, a shopfront generates no activation, a vacant shopfront generates no activation, no employment growth, and ultimately less economic benefit to the city than an occupied business with outdoor dining. So financial sustainability is not achieved by maximising fees, it is achieved by creating a vibrant city that attracts businesses, customers, and investment. That's what this motion is about. And I know that Councillor Kabata has gone on about this since the time he was elected. He's been transparent about his views on this. It's not new to everybody here. And the fact that he is putting these motions through now is that he's frustrated. He is frustrated that he feels like he's not being heard, that there is no support out there for the businesses. The outdoor dining generates $600,000 revenue to the council. That's 0.2% of the budget. So you mean to tell me that this budget, which is almost $300 million, correct me if I'm wrong, is such a big hole. It's going to leave such a big hole to our budget. I mean, really, we can't prioritise a few things within the budget to help support that. We spend millions and millions on other things to say to people, the businesses, that we are open for business. We want you to open up your business here. We want you to come to the City of Adelaide, not the suburbs, to open up your business. We can't send that message out to them that we're here to support them. Then what are we doing here? What are we doing here? This argument about commercial use of public land. The am I still going? Outdoor dining delivers public benefits, safer streets, increased vibrancy, greater pedestrian activity, improved visit experience, stronger local economy. I mean, for a $600,000 investment, it brings all of that. I mean, I don't understand why we're debating this time and time again. I mean, administration further went on to say $21 per week is not much. I mean, really, then the administration is effectively arguing the fee is small for businesses, but critical to council. Critical to council, this $300 million that we are earning, it's critical, that $21 per week. I mean, it's such... I can keep going on, Lord Mayor, keep going on, but it's an argument. I could, but I'm time limited because we are arguing over the same thing over and over again for $600,000 or $300 million budget, and I am absolutely tired of it, and I am begging administration, go through the books, find the efficiencies, do some cuts, do the real work, come back to us and tell us where you find them. Stop giving us these stupid bloody excuses.
Can you withdraw that, please? Can you apologise and withdraw?
Using those words, but it's frustrating, Lord Mayor, because we keep from every single motion...
You've apologised, don't make it worse. Please just sit down while you're ahead. Don't keep going. So I've got Siebentrit, Marr, Freeman and Abrahimzadeh, Deputy Lord Mayor. Oh, do we all have to speak on it, Councillor Siebentrit? Just remember we have an alternate motion now. Is it alternate or amendment? I think I'm being told it's alternate. Okay. All right, so if it's an alternate, we'll have to vote against this first. Councillor Siebentrit.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be brief, but I'm going to rise to say similar things that we've said before, but they do need to be reiterated. So I absolutely acknowledge the challenge that many hospitality businesses are dealing with right across the city. That is not disputed. I don't think there'd be any person in here who disputes that. But again, this is not about whether this council supports the hospitality sector or not. This is all about how do we pay for it. It is all about how do we pay for it? And with the information that is presented before us tonight, we're told that there are no new savings available to pay for this. It's the same response we had previously. We've also been told that one of the only ways to achieve this would be to increase rates. None of us want to do that. So I feel that we are a stalemate. And I hate being in stalemates, but that's what it is. We are at a stalemate. And perhaps the only way forward here is actually refers back to a previous motion in returns of the independent review, is that if there are additional dollars identified there, the question for me would be, where are they best spent? And I, for one, if we did identify savings from that, which I know had wide support here, I'd be very keen to receive AIDA's feedback on where best are those additional funds spent. Because on one hand, we might think that there's $1.5 million in savings that are found, but if there's not, and it's $1 million or there's $500,000, I'd be very keen to get an understanding of how that is best prioritised to support economic activity across the city, whether it's in relief of outdoor dining fees or whether it's other activities that support economic activation in our city.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was wondering in the first instance if this is a valid motion, but it seems that this relates to the budget as it would be adopted as opposed to the draft budget. So this is valid and does not need a rescission?
I understand not.
Okay, that answers my first question. My second point, I'll speak to it now, is I've just pulled up that advertiser article that Councillor Davis referred to. The words outdoor or dining do not appear in that article. So,
Lord Mayor, point of order, Lord Mayor. Yes, point of order. With our standing orders and meeting procedures, that you're meant to speak to the item before you, not bring into debate any other matters that are not.
I will continue to speak to the item then. This article referred to issues that they're facing with rent and parking. Now, with the issue of rent, one thing we can do to control that or impact that is to reduce...
Stick to the story that we're
is to reduce the amount of rate increases because of the way we rate our properties based on the rent value.
Mind you, stick to the motion because otherwise we will get
motion,
into a more...
according to the administration's response, would be funded by a rate increase. So that's the relevance. If we're concerned about what the businesses are telling us, which is that the rents are too high, if we're going to adopt something that is going to increase the rates, it will therefore follow that it may increase the rents. So for that reason, it's a little bit contradictory. And the second point that was raised in that is that we've already adopted a policy to adopt a new policy for parking, which will fix their other concerns. So I don't know what we're doing here, looking at outdoor dining fees again.
Thank you. I understand it's not contradicting the former decision. Councillor Freeman, did you have your hand up? If not, it's Councillor... Yes.
Yes, just to reiterate some comments I made when we made a decision in April about this. So first of all, this omits parklets. I don't know why that isn't being considered in the equation. Secondly, as I said in April, the traders I've spoken to said you can make outdoor dining free, it doesn't bring the people to the street. So I thought we agreed that there were more strategic ways to support business rather than just wiping $600,000 from our revenue. And thirdly, I don't see how is the administration supposed to identify budget adjustments in 2 weeks? I remain open to this. When we adopted this in April, we said this is a first step. We knew that there were further efficiencies and improvements we could make to outdoor dining. We didn't say in April that we would be back here in June taking that next step, which is in fact a huge leap. We need to be patient. I know that people don't want reports, but we just can't adopt this as it stands because it's going to blow a hole in the budget. So I don't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. Could I just draw your attention to paragraph 10, which I think is quite significant in the administration's advice. Councillor Davies.
Can I just confirm, because there's a lot of talks about hole in the budget. My understanding is that our target operating surplus ratio is between 0 and 20%, and our current operating surplus is 1.8% or about $5 million. So in terms of the budget hole, we will still be within the target surplus range. Is that correct?
Through the presiding member, I think it's important to recognise the targeted operating surplus. We were progressing through the development of the business plan and budget, which was a targeted operating surplus of $5.283 million. That has already been reduced by decisions of council down to the $4.976 million. I don't take any comfort from a 1.8% operating surplus ratio being at the bottom of the table.
Administering these
course, yes. Past my bedtime, Lord Mayor. I'm mindful that there is a cost allocated here of $180,000. So this probably would have been a good compromise to have some sort of a budget so that we're not essentially administering these permits at a loss. That probably would have been a good compromise, but nevertheless, my approach and my belief has always been that this should be handled as a compliance issue. So if there are issues with outdoor dining permits, that there are fees, there are fines issued to those that aren't doing the right thing, but those that are doing the right thing shouldn't be fined, and the incentive there is that the space should be used up by the business free of charge. That's always been my belief, and I think that that's what we should have as an approach. So I guess if the motion before us fails, and if this council does decide to look at the next step, I think that's probably a good compromise and a good path to go down.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Lord Mayor?
No, I just have an alternate.
Okay, so we'll be voting against this and you have an alternate motion. So let's put it to the vote. Would you like to sum up, Councillor?
Yes, Lord Mayor, I would. I think we've disregarded people who've come before us today to do a deputation. The Deputy CEO of AHA has come on behalf of his members. He's now gone just because of how late it is, but he's come on behalf of his members to do a deputation. They've got just over 600 businesses. They're not all in the city, but they represent all businesses together, and he is advocating for this motion to go through. When I've spoken with the CEO of AHA, Anna has said the same thing, and the President, David Bashir, also supports this motion go through. Quite influential business people in the community, and I think we've just dismissed the motion just on the basis that it's not good governance, and we haven't taken into account the people that have come before us today to speak about why it's important for the members. I'll leave it at that, Lord Mayor. Division.
Are we able to turn the air conditioning down?
Members' division has been called in relation to the motion before you. Please stand in favour, and to your name has been called. Councillor Kabata, Councillor Davis and Councillor Abraham today. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I now ask Councillor Noon, can I just check this? Having looked at this, I think 5 and 6 are superfluous because we've already decided on those. Shall we delete 5 and 6?
It's just a motion.
It just seems to me that we've already made that decision. Is that true?
Well, I do actually spell out that the outcome of this review would inform if any identified savings or efficiency could support further outdoor dining and parklet fee reforms, which is to Councillor Siebentreut's point. So I'm actually, I don't know if it's, I think it should stay there. And maybe the word change, the text changes to noting that council is commissioning an independent to identify the outcome of this review could identify, so that makes it more relevant.
Sorry, so there's just a motion just noting everything?
No. What I'm saying, the outcome of this review could or would inform, maybe could, rather than would.
I'm actually not sure that this is contributing. Can we scroll on, because as Councillor Davis says, it is a lot of noting.
Lord Mayor, could we perhaps take this as a CEO undertaking on the previous item?
To note it?
No, for the part in part 5 where it talks about the adjusted savings potentials. Yeah, so the bit that's different from what we've previously just agreed to is how this directly relates to outdoor dining. Could that perhaps
that element just be a CEO undertaking and then we can move on?
Through the presiding member, I'd be more than comfortable to give an undertaking that the independent productivity, expenditure and efficiency review of council's operations would, as part of the brief, identify the opportunities for reform to outdoor dining fees.
But Councillor, no, Deputy Lord Mayor, are you happy to have an undertaking?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Thank you.
Chair, thank you. This motion is one of the easiest decisions before us tonight. It's practical, modest in cost and highly visible in impact, directing ties to one of Adelaide's most recognised cultural and hospitality precincts. Chinatown is not just a collection of businesses, it is one of the city's most important cultural, tourism and hospitality destinations. It contributes to evening activity, multicultural identity and city vibrancy. This is exactly what this motion recognises. And most importantly, the state government has already committed $200,000 over 4 years, being $50,000 per year to support Chinatown, Adelaide of South Australia and its ongoing events and activities. So I'm asking today that Council support this motion. Chinatown is a very strategic partner and I believe that we should not let them down. We've said many times we support them. We've said many times we're going to look to give them funding. I've even spoken to Kathy Chong, who's mentioned she's got recordings of members that support in them getting more money. From what she said, I haven't named any members, I'm just saying that's what I've heard from the grapevine. So this motion is not regulars. It is only $50,000 per year. It includes annual reporting back to council on events, activations, business participation, community outcomes and the rest. We talk a lot in the chamber about activation and supporting small businesses and making Adelaide a more vibrant city. Chinatown already delivers on those things. This motion simply says council should match the state, provide certainty and help the precinct continue to grow. This is not controversial, this is good city policy. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I do have an amendment, yes. And I think it is an amendment.
Are we going to do a review?
No, we don't need to do that.
So we're moving an amendment, okay?
So I was there. Oh, I need a seconder. Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Snape.
So Kathy Chong actually did mention that there was they thought that I might have actually said at the Lunar New Year street party that when the Premier got up to say we're going to give $200,000...
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
To the...
We've got a personal explanation at the moment.
I think so too. I haven't named any councillors.
I just want to say...
Let's just accept it's a personal explanation.
Okay, it's a personal explanation to say, because the CEO can concur with this, that I...
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Is the CEO concurring with this?
No, the CEO...
No, but he was there and I actually mentioned him. Right. I was representing the Lord Mayor at the Lunar New Year street party this year. The Premier was giving a speech. He actually committed $200,000 to the Lunar New Year street party for 4 years. He didn't actually commit it to the events and, to the precinct. It was to that specific street party, and I've got proof of that. Then the opposition leader got up and said they'd match it. I was on third, delivering the Lord Mayor's speech, and I made a joke and said we would not be matching this, and I would say that the CEO, who's in the audience, would be very happy with that position. So that is exactly what a whole lot of people heard, hundreds actually. So what this motion, look, again, I support the intention behind this motion because no one supports this, this Lunar New Year more than me in actual fact.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. How do we know that that's true? How do we know that that's true? She's saying she supports Chinatown.
It's not our role to debate whether it's...
Sorry, Lord Mayor.
Please, it's disputed.
But did she have authority to make that commitment on behalf of council?
I didn't make the commitment.
You said we're not matching it.
I said we would probably not match it. I jest.
Councillor,
I don't know, it's not funny.
finish your personal explanation.
Right.
I've accepted it. Now we move to the motion, which I'm going to accept also because it's a genuine amendment and not an alternative.
Excellent.
So go with it.
So the actual amendment that I actually have made, I have an email from Mr. Wayne Chow that was actually sent to Councillor Freeman, Kathy Chong and myself, absolutely requesting point 5, which was a multi-year agreement for $30,000 per annum for 3 years commencing in the next fin year. So this particular amendment reflects what he actually requested and gave a whole lot of reasoning in that email, which I actually sent to the members this afternoon for the sake of transparency. And this was to provide funding certainty and support the continued delivery growth and financial sustainability of that fantastic event. And recognising, I think the key point here for me is that the state government has larger pockets than the City of Adelaide. Council's contribution comes from a much smaller ratepayer funding base. We need to support this event, but we need to do it responsibly. So the state government, and we also need to align it with other funding agreements that we have. So there's no point in giving 4 when we've given 3 to everybody else. So basically it's, Mr. Chow actually did ask for 3 in his email. So I would actually say this aligns with his request. It actually gives them certainty. It actually, in my opinion, it gives them, even though they said they only got 20,000 last year and there was a terrible error in what happened with their funding or whatever is still a bit vague to me. So myself and Councillor Freeman and Councillor Kouros went into bat for them to try and get that money at the 11th hour. So we do not want that again. So a multi-year agreement would prevent that happening. They've normally got 25,000. This is only a 5,000 increase, and when you actually look at the increase of running events nowadays, I think that that actually would align with those increases. I actually think this is responsible. It is staying on track that it is the Lunar New Year street party and not the precinct and events and whatever was in the previous motion, events and activities. And basically, I think it's actually our commitment to this very important event that we've been running or been supporting since 20,000.
So can I ask if anybody wants to speak against this, Councillor Kouros?
A couple of questions, Lord Mayor. In point 3 of administration's comments, it says here that administration is proposing the establishment of a dedicated funding pool to support organisation events that make significant ongoing contribution to the cultural and social outcomes of the City of Adelaide. A proposed allocation of 400,000. If there was a allocation of 50,000, is there enough money in that funding pool to fund the 50,000 per annum that has already been dedicated into this allocation?
Through the presiding member, the answer to that question is no.
No.
The 400 basically...
So you mean to tell me there's 400,000,
Yep.
there isn't enough money in that funding pool to allocate the extra money.
When you take account of the funding commitments around legacy events, such as the Australia Day Council and so on, we'd be struggling to fund an additional $50,000
Very
through
interesting.
through that program.
Very interesting, CEO. Very interesting.
I mean, it's
I'm very surprised at administration's comment just then from the CEO. I would have thought that there would be more than enough funds, and I think this independent review is more than required. I think there is, and I think that is not correct. But who am I to say? Maybe I should review all the books with a fine-tooth comb. I think that this is a very warranted motion. I think this is very clear, something that we need to support. As Mr. Chow said, it's been in existence since 2003. It is one of the events that bring the most amount of people, besides the fringe, I would think, to the City of Adelaide. To the streets, that I mean. It is a part of our strategic plan objectives that we all seek for cultural events. It's probably one of our only cultural events that we have. I don't know if the Indian Festival is still here. I hope it is. It is. Oh, that's good. I know that we don't have the Glendy anymore. We don't have enough cultural events within the City of Adelaide. And I think this is being one that has been the most successful so far. I think it really sends a strong message. I'm going to vote for this because I know the 50,000 won't get up. I know this amendment will get up. I know and I don't want them to miss out on their multi-year funding. I don't. And I don't want to play Russian roulette here and hope that this will fail. I just don't think it will. It's important for them to get a multi-year funding agreement. They are a community-based event. They put a lot of work into it. For them to keep applying for this funding is time-consuming for them because they're all volunteers, and we have to respect that the work that they do on the actual limited amount of money that they deliver such a very big event. It's investing in tourism, it's investing in hospitality, it's investing in the local businesses, it's investing, as I said, in multicultural, and we need to actually acknowledge that. So whereas I welcome Councillor Kambata's first motion, I'll accept this motion because I don't feel it would get up, as I said. It's people playing politics here, and I know that there's more than enough money to do it. For goodness sake, we have
Thank you,
$300
Councillor.
million
So can I just
budget.
ask who else wanted to speak? Because we might be, I think, is there anybody going to speak against the motion? Can we, the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor.
Lord Mayor, I'd like to propose a deferral of the amendment and the original motion. Surely it's dawned on everyone that we're talking about separate things. It was proposed in the original motion for Council's consideration that there be multi-year funding to Chinatown. Now there is a completely different motion, funding for the Lunar New Year New Year party conducted in Chinatown. Completely different things. I'm still not certain what it is the state government's promised. And moreover, I'm wondering about the responsibility of this council, given that the 26-27 funding is in place, in instructing the next council how it will expend funds for Chinatown or Lunar New Year or whatever for the length of its term. So I would like to move that the matter is deferred, pending advice from the administration on the nature of the state government funding promise, the nature of the proposal from the Chinatown Association.
Sorry, I just have a point of order.
No, I haven't even finished.
I just have a point of order. This would be a procedural motion, that the motion be considered later time, is it not? And you don't speak to procedural motions?
Well, no, it's not a procedural motion, it's a deferral motion, which is not procedural. So, no, I don't want that. I'm asking for it to be deferred for the administration to come back.
I think you're foreshadowing the deferral, but can we just deal with the amendment, I'm told, first? So that at least we have something to defer, because at the moment we don't
Well, let me defer.
We'd be leaving it on the table, which is a different option. That would be procedural.
I'm happy then for the administration to defer the matter at hand. I am not opposed to it at all. I'm simply seeking clarification because there's a distinct difference between what's being proposed.
I think we have to deal with the amendment first and then defer it, don't we? Do we agree? Okay. Sorry, why are you waving your phone at me? We don't need the proof. No, I'm sorry, we don't need the proof. No, please put your phone down.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Can you please ask Councillor Davis to stop yelling across the chamber, "No one cares," when others are speaking?
Councillor Davis, can you stop interrupting, please? Otherwise we'll call 29.
Yeah, look, I was just responding to interruptions by Councillor
No, you don't need to respond to anybody. Can I ask that Councillor Martin, can you just sit down? We'll take the amendment and then you will actually move the deferral.
What, could you move a regulation 29 against me? It's 9:30 and...
So can I just ask if we can take the amendment for, do you want to?
Yeah, sorry, Lord Mayor, I know we're trying to move on. I did just have a question though before we vote. Councillor Couros asked earlier on whether the $50,000 could be met out of the $400,000 that was flagged. We haven't clarified though whether even $30,000 can be met out of the $400,000.
So there's already been a commitment to give 25?
20.
20. There's 20 already in the budget. So we don't need
So based on the amendment,
it will be an extra 10.
an extra 10, which we can probably find.
In the first year? Sorry?
Point of order, Lord Mayor, again. Could you please ask Councillor Couros to stop chanting from the gallery?
I was only saying how amazing it was. It's amazing.
Councillor Couros, please, otherwise 29 will be called and I'll have to accept it. Sorry, can we just have some advice? So I'll take the amendment as on the screen.
Can I speak to it?
No, we're going to move it, Councillor, because otherwise we'll be...
No, but it's just, what's been said is not accurate.
No, nothing ever said here is accurate, so please sit down.
Everything I say is accurate.
I know. You've got your own truth, I understand that.
Look, we can still have fun.
Please sit down.
No, I do want to speak to the motion.
No, but you don't have the call.
Why not?
Because
we haven't summed it up.
I am in the chair and I have said you do not have the call.
I have a point of order. That's not how the meeting procedures work.
I'm afraid it is. Best endeavours. Please sit down.
Hold on. No, there's...
I move that the amendment be put.
The procedural motion's been moved. Are there all those in favour of the amendment?
He seconded the amendment. No, he seconded the, he can't. He seconded the
Oh, you seconded the amendment, so you can't move it. No, he seconded the amendment, so he can't move it.
Lord Mayor, I have a point of order. Just now, I think I might have to call another one immediately, actually. Councillor Martin tried to move a formal motion before. Now, I'm just looking at these things. He can actually move a formal motion.
It was deferral. He wasn't lying on the table. But you could move the motion were put.
Well, I would like to actually move that this lie on the table, because if we vote on this amendment...
That's a procedural motion.
If we vote on this amendment now and it comes back later, we will only have one further amendment to try to fix it.
Yes, we understand that. So are you moving a procedural motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Has someone seconded it? You can't. You've spoken. Can someone second it? Anybody second it? No, nobody can second it. I'm sorry.
I'll just be very brief. Chinatown want $50,000 for the Lunar Festival.
You don't have the call.
But it's my turn to speak. She hasn't summed up the amendment.
No, but I'm just trying to get through the quagmire that has become of this meeting. And I think we need to just...
Can I seek government's advice on whether I have the right to speak?
Thank you. Can I just say that everybody has spoken in various forms to this motion or asked questions. I think we should put the amendment that Councillor Noon has moved.
I wish to speak to the amendment. My understanding is under the meeting procedures set out by the South Australian Government, I have the right to speak to the motion.
Well, you do have to get the call.
It's in the legislation that you will give me the call.
No, you have to have the call, and I've been here for many hours.
Can I seek legal advice from the governance team? Do I have the power to speak to an amendment?
We'll have advice taken.
Does the Lord Mayor have discretion not to let people speak whenever she wants?
I think you've asked several questions on this item, and you have spoken to parts of it.
No, I haven't spoken to the substantive motion. And
Please don't debate it.
I haven't asked questions. That will prevent me from speaking.
Hasn't he spoken? Has he asked questions?
I'm allowed to ask questions.
Let's not speak.
Thank you.
If you haven't spoken, you may speak.
Thank you.
To the amendment only.
Yes. They're asking for $50,000.
This is not the amendment.
This is the amendment with the stuff in red, yes? Yes. Right, so the amendment is $30,000. They're asking for $50,000. That is the meeting that I had with the President. He was very clear on it. It's for the Lunar Festival. Anything else is spurious. They're asking for $50,000 to support this event. They're not asking for $30,000. Also, why do we have the word matching in there when we're not matching? Can we get rid of matching? Because 30,000 is not 50,000. But I'm sorry, and I apologise to the chamber that members have confused the entire chamber about what they're actually asking for.
The reason why I've put in matching, because I have evidence to say that the South Australian Government's commitment is to provide $200,000 to support the Chinatown's Lunar New Year street party. I have evidence to support that. And for it would be equate to $200,000, which equates to $50,000 each year. So that is fact. At the end of the day, what we're saying, the matching part, is that we want to give them a multi-year agreement as well. So state government is giving them a multi-year agreement of 4 years. We want to give it a multi-year agreement of 3 in this amendment. And it's to go to the Lunar New Year street party as the state government is doing. But our contribution is $30,000. We have a much smaller pool than the state government. Why should we match this with 50? And I have got it in writing from the President that this is what he wanted. He wanted $30,000 per annum in a multi-year agreement. I have it in writing, and I sent it to everybody this afternoon. So, well, I'll send it again to you, Councillor Davis. I'm quite happy to resend it. So this, as I said there, is to provide funding certainty. So I actually would really like this council to actually agree to this. They get $30,000. They're not going to be in the terrible situation that they were in last year, where we were trying to find the money for them in December to run the event in February. It was untenable, and we did, thanks to, our administration. But at the end of the day, this to me is responsible, and this to me actually is only really a miserable $5,000 more than what they've had in previous years. Even though we put $20,000 in the budget for this coming fin year, the evidence supports that it has been $25,000. So it's another miserable $5,000 to run this huge event and gives them certainty for 3 years. For God's sake, it's a no-brainer.
Members, a division has been called in relation to the amendment. Please stand in favour until your name has been called. Councillor Martin, Councillor Kabata, Councillor Snape, Councillor Kouros, Councillor Freeman, Councillor Siebentritt, Deputy Lord Mayor and Councillor Abrahimzadeh. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, I'd like to move that the question lie on the table. Yes. Yes.
I don't understand why we are usurping a grant funding process.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Well, if no one's going to second my thing, I think I get to speak to the motion.
No, you don't.
It's not a question. Yes. Yes, correct. I don't understand why we are trying to usurp a grant funding arrangement on the basis of a request. Any other body could bring their own.
Councillor Noon, but I have to say that multi-year funding packages are quite normal, and several of the AEDA-sponsored events now have multi-year funding packages.
But that is funded through AEDA. This is something that is being funded out of a grant pool.
There are events that find it very difficult to organise if they only get an announcement in July for various times of the year, and I think it's common practice in government funding.
Because this is funded out of a grant pool, that is the concern. If this was being funded directly, I wouldn't have this point. That's my concern, is that so everyone else who is potentially going to apply from that grant pool has now got a smaller pool.
I don't intend to debate
choose
you,
from.
I'm just commenting on how it occurs.
Yes, no, I understand. My concern with this is because it is funded from a grant pool, everyone else who would otherwise be able to access that funding is put at a disadvantage because the grant funding pool total sum is effectively reduced for 3 years. I have a concern with that. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that is good governing decisions. If we were funding this directly and we weren't changing the grant pool itself, I'd be fine with that.
Can I suggest that Councillor Noon sums up and we put it to the vote? Because otherwise, summed up, all those in favour? All those against? That's carried. Thank you. Division's been called.
Members' division has been called. Please stand in favour of the motion until your name has been called. Councillor Martin, Councillor Kabata, Councillor Snape, Councillor Kouros, Councillor Freeman, Councillor Davis, Councillor Siebentreut, Deputy Lord Mayor and Councillor Abraham-Zadeh. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, a process question. Is there anything on the agenda that can be postponed to the next council meeting? I think a lot of us in the room have it at a 6 o'clock start tomorrow morning.
Could just be voted on all the... I'll take advice as to what people are prepared to accept without voting on it. But I think my sense is 9.5 and 9.6 probably have interest. I'm happy if anyone wants to withdraw them. 9.5, Councillor Noon. Is that an urgent one before the budget? Can I just ask Councillor Noon? So, are you happy to defer 19.5? So we'll withdraw that one until next week, and you would like to have 19.6? Mm-hmm. So, you would be happy with that? Okay, thank you, Councillor, for your generosity. 19.6.
Okay. God, I'm sick of hearing my voice tonight. The motion is about clarity, fairness and making sure our precinct groups can actually use their funding for local precinct activities. Oh, sorry. Council resolved to increase funding for each precinct group to $40,000 for the 26-27 fin year. That was an important decision because our precinct groups are being asked to do more. More local engagement, more communication, more events, more trader support, more activation and more work to support their main streets, especially the developing precincts being West End, Grote, Guja and East End. My concern that if the cost of the strategic planning process is deducted from that 40,000 allocation, then precinct groups will not actually receive the full benefit of the increase Council intended. In practical terms, if 10,000 is held back from each group for strategic planning, then the precinct groups are effectively only receiving 30K for the direct local activity, only a 5,000K increase. That is not how I understood the intent of the Council's decision. I fully support strategic planning for the precincts. In fact, I think it is essential. But strategic planning is not the same thing as local precinct activation. Facilitation, consultation, plan preparation and strategic planning support are council-led governance and planning functions. They are about setting the framework for the future. They should be funded transparently, separately by council, not quietly deducted from the operational funding provided to the precinct groups. The administration comments say that council's January decisions was made in the context of strategic planning being important. I agree, strategic plan is, but that does not automatically mean the cost should come out of each of those 40K allocation. I actually just support that, that if council wants strategic planning to occur, we should fund it properly and separately. The precincts having strategic plan can only support the overarching City of Adelaide strategic plan. It probably will be assisting in informing that plan. The administration comments to say if the planning is funded separately, an additional funding source will need to be identified. I accept that. But the report also identifies that there's a further 140,000 contestable funding pool left unassigned, and there are other contestable pools and activation budgets available within the broader precinct model. Yeah, I think I've said it all, that I actually just want them to get that increase and that we actually fund the strategic planning process, which I think will be between $50,000 and $70,000. I hope everybody supports this.
I'm not clear on what the administration's proposal is. So can I ask, I guess, two questions. How much would be the increased amount that we would need to find, and where will those funds proposed to come from? Yeah, I've read it a couple of times and still struggling, so I'd like to ask the administration.
Through the presiding member, Mr Spartelis, can you talk to the relevant aspect of the administration comment?
Thank you. Through the presiding member. At this stage, our best guess at what that might cost would be, as Deputy Lord Mayor said, is 50 to 70,000. There is, as part of the process, we looked at all of the activation funding and we pulled it, which was part of the original proposal that we put to council. Having said that, we still need to put in place the mechanism to be able to go through that contestable pool funding. If we commit to activations as per the 25-26 budget, as we state there, and carry them to 26-27 in the interim until we put a mechanism in place, we should be able to find some funding to undertake the strategic planning as part of that overall pool.
Okay, so Guja Street gets a measly $5,000 and then there's 50 grand just suddenly pops out of nowhere. Okay.
Yeah, look, thank you, Lord Mayor, and I thank Councillor Noon for this proposal. I know it was and is a concern for precinct groups that the substantial increase from their 25,000 to 40,000, which is already out for applications, was a matter of great concern. What this does is bring forward a proposal from the administration detailed at paragraphs 5, 6, 7 and 8, that the contestable funding, which is substantial, which is available, could be used. That would have my complete endorsement, and indeed I think it would make very little impact in this first year of the allocation of such funding for those strategic plans to be funded through that part of the budget.
I'm sorry, Lord Mayor. I'm sorry. but I just want to be very clear. From my understanding, I agree with the Deputy Lord Mayor, the precinct groups were going to get $40,000. So was it, without this motion, the administration intent for $10,000 to be used out of that 40 for them to deliver a strategic plan? Correct? That's the intent of the administration. And so this motion means that we're giving them $40,000, as we all understood, right? But if they want to do a strategic plan, they can take it out of the budget for the contestable funding. Is that what I'm understanding here? Please?
That would be the outcome of this motion proceeding.
So then it was administration interpreting a direction in another way in which this whole council understood it was $40,000 for them to get each precinct group. So are they bound to do the strategic plan, or is it going to be a choice out of the funding guidelines? Do they have to all do? Is it mandatory? Thank you.
Mr. Spartellis.
Thank you. Through the presiding member, one of the key things that we heard from council is that they would all need to participate in strategic planning to ensure that whatever funding that they receive through whatever mechanism would go towards achieving mutual objectives of the precinct groups and the council.
It's getting late. Yes, is it mandatory for them to do a strategic
Yes.
plan? Thank you. So that means to say, out of the West End precinct, the $53,000, they really are getting $43,000 because it's mandatory for them to do a strategic plan. No? Then is that going to be? I'm just trying to understand where this $10,000 is going to be coming from. So if it's not out of the plan budget, and you're saying it's mandatory, where is that $10,000 going to be coming out from? Which is $53,000 allocated. No?
Through the presiding member, you're misunderstanding the commentary, which is about activities that will be funded through the activation budgets that are currently available. So there's a commitment for those activation activities to continue into 26-27, noting that if strategic planning is not provided for through the 40,000, we'll need to go to the contestable funding, which is a pool of $330,000.
Right. Okay. So it's mandatory. They take it out of the contestable funding, they get the $10,000 out of that, and it's, okay, it's, right, okay, thank you. I say that I support the motion, and thank you for Deputy Lord Mayor for making it very clear, because that's how I understood it in the first place, that they were getting $40,000.
I'd be happy to move 11, yes, and 12.
All those in favour? All those against?
Sorry.
All those in favour? This is 11 and 12. 11 and 12. All those against? 11 and 12 are just advice from subcommittees. Okay. So there's nothing contentious. Can I suggest we might like to delay the CEO's performance review? Yes. Because that's not something that we should do. So, sorry? Go to the 23rd, moved by Councillor Martin, seconded
So were you just asking Deputy Lord Mayor whether this is urgent?
Yeah.
So are we tabling this tonight? Okay, yes, I'm happy to move this amendment. I'll seek a seconder, thanks. Sorry. Just a variation, could we please delete 4 from that amendment? Thank you.
So you're highlighting the letter that we've received?
No, that's removed. I'll seek an undertaking to circulate that by e-news.
So it's noting the progress we made, that should give comfort to people.
So, look, just responding to the deputation we heard earlier, there's a lot of questions about the parklands at the moment. There is a risk that people have misinterpreted that this bid has stopped, when in fact it's continuing. We have funds allocated to it. I think that acknowledging that through public communications material, as well as the next steps in the timeline, would really help to reassure the community that this remains a priority, not only to us, but to the state government, which was asserted in a letter copied into Caterpillar, which I asked to be circulated by e-news. No.
Isn't this already in train? I'm just a little bit. So this is already, or is this just a reinforcement of what we're currently already doing?
It's a modified motion.
Modified. Sorry? Yeah, the 60.
It's all about what's free, prior, informed.
What?
Oh, yes, the first 3 parts are about free, prior, and informed Aboriginal consultation.
Yes, that's already.
And I think that it needs to be notes a request for extra funding. Is that the point?
No. Through the presiding member, if I might assist the chamber, there's some misunderstandings about what's driving the timing of the World Heritage bid tentative listing. To suggest that we're in a position to release public communications about a World Heritage bid tentative list submission fails to recognise that before we can contemplate that, we need to complete the free, prior and informed consent process. There's a significant stage gate around free, prior and informed consent. And it would be inappropriate to presume the agreement of the traditional owners by suggesting communications or a timeline around something that can only occur after FPIC is realised.
Okay, so how do we get around?
Could I clarify that? Everything that was just said is what I'm suggesting is communicated. I think there is a misunderstanding of the role of FPIC, which we do not yet have. All I'm saying is if there's nothing additional to prepare and release, then so be it. But this is just about acknowledging that there is a question about, has this stopped? It hasn't. We need to make that clear.
So how can we make this acceptable, just so we can move on?
Through the presiding member, it hasn't stopped. But you can't presume outcomes that have not yet been achieved. And the last thing you want to do is point the finger at a particular group.
Okay, so can I just ask if we should withdraw this motion?
Might I speak to it as the seconder, and potentially we can fix this up with what I'm about to say?
I'm the mover, I'm just asking first, Councillor Freeman, do you understand the problem we have with FPIC?
I'm well aware. And look, I'm just trying to gesture to the community that funding has been allocated to this bid. It is ongoing. Caterpillar have asked for a timeline of steps. Could we release that timeline of steps?
So I think that what the CEO is telling us is we can't have part 6.
Well, let's get rid of part 6.
Get rid of part 6 with your seconder's agreement. And then can we just vote for it? Because then we...
That was going to be similar to what I was going to suggest. The word timeline was the issue, I believe. So if getting rid of that fixes this. And
I don't think it was, because we know we can't put it in before next February.
That's right. So this
because
is now
that's
something
agreed, because that's the date of submission, and we can't do it later than that.
Correct.
And we don't need to do it before that. I think that's the rule. So can we put it to the vote? Councillor Davis, are you going to speak against it? All those in favour? All those against? That's carried. Thank you, members. Now, the only other item that I think is important that we have to get through is, I think, on agenda item 15, we need to actually finalise the consultation about the BP Grand Final. We can defer the other 4 items. So can I seek someone to move part 1 as printed? Are we happy with that? Okay, all those in favour, or seconded? Who was seconding? Councillor Kouros. All those in favour? All those against? Thank you, members. And we'll defer 7.2 to 7.5. Can someone move that? Agenda item 15, there are 4 items. Unless people are prepared to move them en bloc, I suspect they want to debate
I would be prepared to move that en bloc unless anyone has a debate.
Sorry, can you say that? You want to move them en bloc?
Yes.
Oh, seconded by Councillor Kabada. All
Summed
those in
up.
favour? We're moving all of them. Parklands leasing, draft sister city, community wellbeing. All of those in favour? All those against? That's carried. Thank you, members. Now that we have to go into confidence. Councillor Martin voted against it.
It's okay. It was carried.
So can we go into the confidential, because this is an important issue. We have a committee that can't function. Councillor Kabada is going to move move the confidentiality for 24.1. All those in favour?
19.1.
What's
19.1? We didn't do that one.
What was that?
That's Councillor Freeman's
vacant,
yes, underutilised buildings.
Sorry, we have to go back to 19.1 unless you'd like to defer it till next time.
Look, I didn't want to defer it because I've asked for a report in August, but I am also aware the administration are actually working on what would be in that report. Let's defer it by a month.
Thank you for your generosity.
Thank you. A month, please.
No, 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
They'll come back in 2 weeks.
Can we defer it by 4 weeks?
Okay,
then, just in
Councillor
light of budget
Kabada has moved
discussions?
24.1, seconded by Councillor Snape to go into confidence. All those in favour? All those against? Councillor Kabada is moving 24.2 to go into confidence. All those in favour? All those against? That's again Councillor Snape. Now we're into the items. And can I ask if someone... by Councillor Kouros, seconded by Councillor Ma. All those in favour? All those against? That's carried.
just made. How many Capital City Committee meetings have there been this financial year?
I can't tell you.
When's the next one? Do we have the next one?
There's a minimum requirement for 4
Well, there is a minimum requirement, but I can't remember how many have occurred. I'm sorry.
I know I've been to one.
I can't tell you how many have occurred. We have to take it on notice.
Thank you.
God, I'm demented.